Where do I come from? Where am I going? Who are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? One world, one home, one life, one soul. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? One world, one globe, one earth, one home. Who is he? Where does he come from? Where is he going? Who are they? Where do they come from? Where are they going? One-way ticket bound for birth without a choice to come here. Then we're taught a lot of thoughts that tell us we are one. Love your brother, one another, one for all and all for nothing. Power! The world is driven by the power. The world is hungry for their power, and we'll do anything to grab it. Hold it, don't let go. Say the universe is destined for demise. Climate change is changing us before our very eyes. Global warming, toxic thinking, global warning, Earth is sinking. Power! We gotta generate some power. We're gonna shift to solar power, and we'll do anything to save us. Hold us, take it slow. Climate change is in the air, 'cause everyone is everywhere, and what we think is what we breathe. Our oxygen is our belief. So change our mind and change the planet. Take the power we were handed. Make our hearts become the motor, driving us to soul us closer. Who are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? Who are we? How did we get here? Messing it up here. Power! Gotta generate a global power. Gotta make a solar shift. Power! Gonna make a shift to solar power. Yes, as power does, and power makes the world go bust. But now a wake-up call is common. Planet person, stop your running. Here we are, but here we're not. 'Cause same old stories full of rot. Pull our weeds and up our roots. It's time for us to all reboot. Every human being has a meaning on this earth. What it is and finding it can make us lose our nerves. All I know is there's one home, and where's the hope if home is broken? Power! We gotta generate some power. We're gonna shift to solar
Wow! Alison generated some serious solar power, didn't she? Imagine if we all do that. What a beautiful world it could be. Welcome back to the Source of Wonder event. This is day 2 and I am Nora Cesar. Thank you so much for wonderful comments, likes and shares from yesterday. It means the world to us. We worked really hard to put this event together for you and we are really glad that you are enjoying it. Exploring the Earth's core, the realms of afterlife, singing with my naked voice, and making a very special cup of tea are just some of the divine sparks that come to my mind when I think of day 1. What about you? What ignited you yesterday? Please let us know in the comments below. And if you are ready, join us today for day 2 of the Source of Wonder event. When you think of the extraordinary cosmos, you look up. But there is a cosmic wonder right here whose unparalleled mind has contributed to a tail light of immeasurable insights into the true nature of reality and what it means to be a human being. Here is the multi-talented, multifaceted, 2-time Nobel nominee, founder of the Club of Budapest, co-initiator of the Fuji Declaration, and author of more than 90 books, Professor Ervin Laszlo, followed by his dear friend and spokesperson for our forgotten love story between nature and human nature, the remarkable Dr. Jane Goodall.
Invitation for you to an event. This event is the Source of Wonder. I hope you will join it. The Source of Wonder is the celebration of what on the one hand we can look at as the rekindling of the spirit, a divine spirit, a spirit which is in us, which is in the world. And at the same time, it's a return to something that we have almost forgotten. Nature, the universe, which you can call the source. Rekindling the divine spirit, returning to the source. It's one and the same thing in 2 different ways expressed. The former took place as an initial event at the foot of the Mount Fuji, the sacred mountain of Japan. And the latter, afterwards, a few years later, became a book which was published worldwide as the Reconnecting to the Source. The event combines the 2. I think it's worth remembering, worth celebrating, worth taking part in. This is your invitation to come and join us. Together we can rekindle the spark. Together we can return to the source. It's in your interest as much as it is in mine.
Hello, this is Jane Goodall, and wondering what I'm going to say to you, share with you. I think I'll talk about how incredibly lucky I've been in this life. And it was almost as though a path was laid out for me from childhood, and all I had to do was make the right decisions at crossroads in that path, and I hope that I have. I was born loving animals, loving nature, loving being by myself, loving books because there was no TV or any of these other gadgets when I was young. I was also born with an amazing and supportive mother. I dreamed of going to Africa when I was 10 years old. I wanted to live with wild animals and write about them. And everybody laughed at me. How would I do that? I was just a girl, and there was a war going on, and Africa was far away, and we didn't have any money. But my mother would say, if you really want this, you're going to have to work extremely hard, but take advantage of every opportunity. And if you don't give up, then maybe you find a way. Well, as many of you know, I did get to Africa, but I learned more lessons along this path before I got there. At the end of the war, I was 10 or 11, and I saw the pictures of the survivors of the Holocaust. That changed my view of human nature. I grew up in a Christian family. My grandfather was a congregational minister, and I was so shocked. I spent hours thinking about it. I don't think I ever was the same person again. And then on my way out to Africa, it was by boat. And the first place we landed, because we had to go all the way around Cape Town, was Cape Town. It was the height of apartheid. And there were signs on all the seats and restaurant doors saying white people only. I couldn't wait to get away. I hadn't been brought up like that. And so, at any rate, I met Louis Leakey, and he sent me off to study the chimpanzees. Amazing. The animal most like us, with whom we share 98.6% of our DNA. And so soon I was learning how like us they are. Kissing, embracing, holding hands, patting one another on the back, close family bonds. A dark side, they're capable of killing and a kind of warfare, but a compassionate and loving and altruistic side as well. It was very clear there wasn't a sharp line between us and them. And yet when I was told I had to go to Cambridge and get a PhD, even though I hadn't been to college before, and I was told by the professors that I couldn't talk about chimpanzees by name, they should have number. I couldn't talk about their personalities, their minds capable of problem solving, and certainly not their emotions, happiness, sadness, fear, despair, and so on, because those were unique to us. But I was taught by my childhood teacher. Here he is, my dog, Rusty, and that, by the way, is my mother. Yeah. He taught me that that wasn't true. Anyway, I got my PhD, and I went back, and then came the best years of my life. I could spend days, weeks, out in the rainforest by myself, with or without the chimpanzees, it didn't matter. And I came to understand the importance of each little species in this amazing tapestry of life, how everyone had a role to play, and one species becomes extinct. It may seem not to matter, but maybe it was the main food source of another, which was the main food source of another, and so on, can lead to total ecosystem collapse. And learning about all of this, at the same time, I developed this very strong understanding of our spiritual connection with nature, the fact that we need nature. And out in the forest, where you understand this interconnection of all living things, this amazing, beautiful, wondrous tapestry of life, there I found myself, who I truly was, I think. I left because I realized what was happening. Across Africa, forests were going, chimpanzee numbers were decreasing. around the rest of the world we were polluting, wasting, recklessly burning fossil fuel, plastic polluting the ocean, chemicals on our agricultural ground, poisons, and washed down into the rivers and the sea when it rained. And I was learning about the discrimination that went on, and the hatred and the warfare. I had to leave. I had to try and do something about it. I didn't know what. And leaving the forest, I didn't really make a decision. It just happened, like St. Paul on the road to Damascus. I went to a conference as a scientist. We had all the chimpanzee people discussing the environment in Africa. I left as an activist. And traveling around Africa to learn more, I learned not only about the chimpanzees, but the plight of the people, the poverty. And that led to our institute starting a program, Takari, to help people find ways of living without destroying their environment. Because if you're very poor, you're going to cut down the last tree, fish the last fish, eat the cheapest junk food without worrying about how it was made and if it harmed the environment, because you have to live, you have to feed your family. So I learned the lesson that we have to mitigate poverty. I learned that we need to do something about the unsustainable lifestyle of everybody else. I learned too about the absurdity of thinking that you can have unlimited economic development, short-term gain, at the expense of the environment, on a planet with finite natural resources. And a planet with finite natural resources and an ever-growing human population, 7.2 billion of us now, estimated to be 9.7 billion of us in 2050. I don't know what will happen. We're in the middle of this terrible pandemic. It's caused immense suffering, death, loss of loved ones, loss of jobs. It's disrupted the economy. It's disrupted life for almost everyone. We brought it on ourselves. We disrespected the natural world. We disrespected animals. We forced animals in closer contact with people as we destroy their habitats. We hunt them, we eat them, and we traffic them. We put them in wildlife markets, selling them as pets or to eat. We create environments where a virus or a bacteria can easily jump from an animal to a person in these horrible conditions. It's the same in our factory farms. They're not only cruel, but they damage the environment. And it's very easy, and has happened many times, that a pathogen will jump from an animal to a person and compromise our health. We've done it to ourselves. We'll come out of this pandemic. Of course we will. We'll be confronting a much graver crisis, and that's the climate crisis. The same disrespect of the natural world has led to the climate crisis. But there is, I believe, hope. I have always thought there's hope. And if you lose hope, well, then you do nothing. You just give up. What's the point? If you think nothing that you can do or anybody can do is going to make any difference, why bother? But I have hope because of the youth. I started a program for young people that's now in 65 countries and growing all the time, young people of all ages. And the main message, every single one of all of us makes a difference. Every single day we make an impact on the planet, and we can choose the kind of impact we make. Like the species in the rainforest, each one of us has a role to play. And so many people don't realize that. But the young people choosing projects to make the world better are changing the world even as we speak. They're helping people, they're helping animals, they're helping the environment, and they're making a difference. And I have hope because of the resilience of nature. Give nature a chance and she will reclaim places that we have totally destroyed. and life can return once more, vibrant and beautiful. And I have hope because of our incredible intellect. Biggest difference between us and chimpanzees, an intellect that has designed this magical system which allows us to communicate all around the world today. We may not be able to travel on aeroplanes, trains, buses and cars, but we can talk to each other. And this is the great hope. And as we emerge from this pandemic, there will be hundreds of thousands of people who perhaps have breathed fresh air for the first time, looked up and seen stars shining brightly in the night sky instead of through a haze of pollution or even not at all. And hopefully there'll be a groundswell big enough people clamoring for change, to move into a new green economy, to have a new relationship with the natural world, to think about future generations when we make decisions and not just about ourselves and the bottom line. And we can influence businesses by refusing to buy products from companies that do things wrong and harm the environment. So this is my great hope for the future. But the window of time is closing. We must get together. We must take action now, each of us in our own way. Each of us fulfilling the role that I believe we were given when we were born. Let's rise into those roles. Let's work together. Let's make a better world for future generations and all the amazing animal and plant beings that we share the planet with. Thank you so much.
Those were two incomparable sources of wonder. Thank you so much, Ervin and Jane. And now, to the world of you, to the many nations of you, our United Nations, we are honored to present UN Under-Secretary General Fabrizio Hochschild, followed by two innovators for a truly sustainable change, Helena Lindemark and John Bunzl's Simpol Simultaneous policy.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. It's with great pleasure that I join the Goy Peace Foundation for this event, The Source of Wonder, on sparking a divine reconnection. The world today is in deep need for a reconnection with values and ways of seeing things that transcends our immediate needs and interests and looks instead to future generations and the health of our planet. The COVID-19 pandemic has placed incredible stress on our national and international institutions as well as on all of us as individuals. COVID-19 has shown how problematic many of our previous habits were as individuals and in our societies. We need to rethink our attitudes towards consumption, not to fuel inequalities and further damage our planet. We need to grow in solidarity with those less fortunate than ourselves. COVID-19, while containing us in our homes, has also painfully reminded us just how interconnected and interdependent we are across the globe. It's affecting people all around the world, in all countries and communities, and hitting hardest those we've not sufficiently cared for. In that collective experience of suffering and anxiety, we must find the tools and actions to respond collectively to this challenge by showing more empathy towards one another, and also by thinking in more coherent global terms about the best means to find solutions to this problem and its aftermath. When the United Nations Secretary-General decided last year that the UN would mark the 75th anniversary in a new and unorthodox way, focusing on a global reality check rather than a celebration, nobody then had ever heard of COVID-19. But even then it was clear that while global threats were multiplying, the multilateral system was ailing and in need of resuscitation in light of growing divides, isolationism, and loss of confidence. As the UN turns 75 years old this year, this strange birthday comes at a time of reflection for both the organization and for humankind at large. What kind of world do we want to leave behind? What kind of societies do we want future generations to live in? What individual and collective problems do we need to address better? And how do we best go about it? Most sages say change begins inside us. The crisis of COVID-19 is not just a health crisis. It is a call for each of us, individually and collectively, to pause and reflect on the change we want to see in the world. If we use this time of trial for the greater good, by reconnecting to these fundamental questions through whatever spiritual tradition is closest to us, we will find the spiritual and physical tools to overcome this crisis and build back better. Building back better for ourselves, for our communities, for our countries, and for our global and shared humanity. In very tragic ways, COVID-19 has highlighted the critical importance of the need for us to come together better. To put it bluntly, lives will be lost or saved depending on how well communities and countries can work together. How fast we emerge from this crisis will depend on our individual behavior and on the solidarity we show within our communities and beyond our borders. This is the meaning of reconnecting to one another, and it's also the meaning of multilateralism. As a means to reconnect to one another, the United Nations is currently engaged in a major listening exercise to hear your views about the future we want and the road to attain that future. We've developed a 1-minute online survey accessible at the Simpol website address un75.online, un75.online. We urge you to reach out to us. Do take the survey. Tell us about your fears and aspirations for the future of the world and your expectations of the United Nations. Only by listening to one another will we be able to overcome this crisis and build a better future for all of us. A cliché has it that every crisis presents an opportunity. The UN was born from untold suffering of the Second World War and hopefully can be rejuvenated and made fit for the next 25 years through the dark days we are living through now. Whether we will seize the opportunity or will let it pass depends on all of us. It will determine whether future generations will look back on us with regret or with admiration. We at the United Nations are committed to playing our role and to help reconnect the spark of nations working with one another in a spirit of amity and dialogue to better progress towards world peace and sustainable development. But we cannot succeed without your help and contribution. Please make your voices heard. We will be listening to you. Please let us make this 75th anniversary of the United Nations a special one where we might reconnect to the spark of peoples across the globe and deliver better for those we serve.
Now is the time for humans around the world to come together and co-create the next story of us. Although COVID-19 implies severe challenges in the form of illness and deaths for a lot of people, maybe it takes a crisis that affects us all, for us humans, to see ourselves as part of nature, as part of a system, and as part of one world on one planet Earth. Thanks to the pandemic, people around the world got a chance to stop and reflect And since the shops were closed, we couldn't go shopping like we used to. It also gave us a chance to rethink the way of living. Do I really need to buy that new sweater or those new pants or whatever it may be? And it's given us the opportunity also to start using digital solutions that we've actually had for quite some time. And for those solutions to actually develop at exponential speed. And this in turn made it possible to communicate and collaborate globally in a completely different way without traveling. To me, this year started out great with a launch in Davos. And I was looking forward to continuing the decade of action in a similar way. But in February, things changed completely, starting with the sudden death of my dear brother. And after that, several challenges, both in my private and my professional life. The more or less standstill in society during the lockdown was, of course, tough. But in a way, for me, it came at the right moment. It gave me time to think and consider what's important in life and how I could, in a way, rearrange my life. It also gave me the possibility to take part in several international meetings without traveling. And I'm happy to have met a lot of new people, both in Sweden and internationally. And many of them share similar ideas of the ones that I work on. Personally, I think that there may be some form of synchronicity that made all this happen at the same time. And independently of what we think about that, we actually create our future. And when a lot of things coincide, our chances of getting the well-needed changes in our way of living increase. Now is the time to calibrate our inner compasses towards not just sustainable, but thriving societies based on environmental, social, and economic sustainable development, and also well-being, trust, courage, and engagement, and inclusion, leaving no one behind. If we can act rapidly together under the threat of a virus, just imagine what we could achieve if we use the same collective action to save and take care of planet Earth and deal with the climate crisis. If we act fast, what if a lot of the sustainable development goals came true much earlier? Let's say, why not in 2 years' time from now, in 2022? In 2022, we will actually be halfway to 2030. Since the agreements on the 2030 agenda and the climate in 2015, to get the full story and a bigger picture in the next story of us, we should also include history. And in 2022, it will be 60 years since Rachel Carson's groundbreaking book, Silent Spring. It will also be 50 years since the world leaders gathered at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, the first UN conference on sustainable development, which was held in Stockholm, where I'm based, in 1972, under the theme, Only One Earth. And at the Stockholm conference, the UN Environment Programme was formed. There is only one Earth. And if we use the pandemic as an opportunity to really get into action, we could see too that we can celebrate the 50-year anniversary of the Stockholm Conference and the formation of UNEP and be proud of what we have achieved already by 2022. In the future, we can tell our children and grandchildren the story of how humanity back in 2020 managed to come together and act as one. Because we realized that there is only one Earth, and we're in this together. Are you ready to rewrite history? Now is the time. Let's go.
So, here we all are, a dysfunctional global family of orphaned nations thrust into the ultimate prearranged marriage on a tiny spit of land hurtling through infinity, and all of us with the same ultimate need, to have comfort, a sense of worth, and purpose. You don't have to be a climate change believer to understand that existential visual. And I guess sometimes we have to go out of our minds to get into our hearts. At least it seems like that lately on Planet E. Synchronistory is a global party for humanity where the guest list is every being, celebrating community and individuality, unity and diversity. But like any good host or hostess knows, a great party is only as good as its guest list. And right now, we are a mess. The global body is ill. From the environment to economic disparity to education and beyond, key arteries to its heart are blocked, particularly the body politic. Climate change plus changing the emotional climate equals an environmentally friendly world. Because no matter if you're a climate changer or a denier, that's the irrefutable truth at the root of virtually all our global ills, which affects us all interpersonally right on out to geopolitically. Sure, the climate is always changing, but the size of the Earth is not. Sure, the climate is always changing, but so is the population, popping up all over the place where it previously hadn't been, or hadn't been in such swollen numbers. Sure, the climate is always changing, but so is the acceleration and intensification, thanks to human intervention, which means that the more of us there are spilling into and urbanizing vulnerable coastal regions or migrating from uninhabitable, parched, or war-ravaged regions, the more vulnerable to change we all become, and the more demanding, because mostly we don't like change. So what does this all add up to? A climate of unreality where the guest list is every being with a burden on our collective humanity that needs us to act responsibly. Just transition isn't just about the marginal or the poor, it's about us all. Because unless you're ready to go colonize Mars, most of us prefer to gaze up at those beautiful stars. Renewable energy begins from within. Let's get synced about changing the emotional climate.
Imagine we're in a bank, somewhere in the Wild West. 3 gunmen just broke into the vault, but unfortunately they've surprised each other, so now there's a stalemate situation. None of the 3 can lower his gun, unless the others do too. Unfortunately, the dynamite, originally meant to crack the safe, has already been ignited, and none of the 3 gunmen can take the first step to extinguish the fuse. This, in fact, is the same situation for humanity today. The unfortunate 3 cowboys are our national governments, except there's not just 3 of them, but many more. To keep their national economies competitive and attractive to international investors, banks and corporations, and to secure as many jobs as possible, no government can move first to solve global problems like climate change, re-regulating the banks or reining in corporate power. Tiny insignificant steps may be, but no government can take really decisive action alone. No government can lower its gun, because that would only increase his nation's costs, and that would mean business and jobs going to one of his competitors. So there's no way out, no way to solve global problems unless governments act together. In our global world, solving global problems means there has to be a global cooperation. Strangely, the solution would be very simple. The three would only have to simultaneously lower their weapons and stamp out the fuse together. Of course, our states are not gunmen, but our politicians are still in the same dilemma. They would like to act to solve these problems, but they can't. And you, as a voter, understandably feel as powerless as they do. But it's you we need to solve the problem. That's right, you. If you support the Simpol campaign and you sign up online, then, with the completely new way, Simpol invites you to use your vote. We can get politicians to support and ultimately implement global solutions. This growing list of Simpol supporting citizens votes in future national elections, not for a particular politician or party, but for any politician, within reason, that has pledged to implement Simpol's range of policies simultaneously alongside other governments. A politician who signs on to Simpol attracts Simpol's potentially vital bloc vote, but if he doesn't sign on and his competitor signs on instead, he could lose his seat. For politicians, there's no disadvantage in signing on, because Simpol's policies only get implemented if and when all or sufficient nations are on board. Everyone moves together. Already today, MPs in the European Union and in other national parliaments have signed on. If enough politicians have signed in a country, and enough countries have come together, the moment will soon come when they can all act simultaneously. 1, 2, 3, now. But who were the real heroes here? Was it the politicians, or was it you? Remember, they won't act unless we make them.
Hello everyone, and my name is Chloe Goodchild. I'm the founder of The Naked Voice, and I am so grateful to be participating in this incredible source of wonder. And my enormous gratitude to Ervin Laszlo and to the Sayonji family and to the whole team that is making this global event possible. I'm particularly excited just to share with you a little bit about The Naked Voice, because our whole relationship with our voices, both personally, locally and globally, is just so important at this time. And so for me, The Naked Voice really grew out of a lifetime's fascination with wonder, actually. I started out my childhood in wonder, and I then actually found myself in quite a compromised position because my hearing was impaired for a period of time between the ages of 4 and 7. And during that time, I was able to really develop my understanding of wonder in ways that I might never have done. Because my hearing was temporarily impaired, I was able to be in nature and to hear the sound of the trees and the birds and to connect with nature in a way that was just magical for me. Because I was in this kind of magical world of my own. In other words, I wasn't disturbed by the social field at that time. It wasn't until my hearing really restored itself that I started realizing that music itself was the most incredible and is the most incredible bridge and interconnecting force for all conversations, all languages, all cultures. I absolutely absorbed my fascination with sound and with choral music and absorbing the whole repertoire of choral music. And it wasn't until my studies in Cambridge University and then leaving there that I realized something was still missing. It wasn't until I started really learning from cultures where the voice is still really an embodied expression, an embodied part, an integral part of everyday life, that I realized just how important the voice is. So I went to Africa, I went to the Middle East. I was very lucky to work with indigenous communities in Northern America and Canada. Certainly it was really in India that my connection with the whole energy field of the voice really started to happen. I was exploring non-dual teachings at that time, an understanding of non-separateness. Then at the same time, I was having Indian classical vocal lessons. So I was moving between these two realities and realizing they were connected. So in other words, the voice that I was being initiated into, this, what I call the unchanging note. And that's because my Indian vocal teacher was using one of these lovely harmoniums. And this harmonium, it creates a drone like you hear with a bagpipe, or you'll hear this unchanging sound in many original cultures, okay? And so it's that unchanging sound that I realized is the same in non-dual teachings as the unchanging presence. I'm in India and I'm exploring this whole new way of relating to my voice based on the question, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? You know, and what is your relationship with your voice? That's what I started to really deeply inquire into. And I realized that something very wondrous actually started to happen when I asked that question. I started realizing I am many things. I'm longing, la da da, da da, you know, or I am hope, la da 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 da, la da. And it was really this connection with sound that brought me home to my own source of sound, and in fact a very transformative experience for which the musical chakras became absolutely an essential part of my practice. And that was because suddenly I was experiencing wonder in my instinctual body, in my intuitive body, in my insightful mind. The whole spectrum of human emotion and the journey into deeper states of human feeling really brought me to this understanding of what I came to call the naked voice, an authentic voice that is present in all individuals, that we all have. And it's a voice that unifies us all. And it's a voice that is sourced from silence. Silence is a very, very important part of our work. And so we've created practices which are very much rooted in an understanding of the chakras, the energy wheels that live in the body, from the root into the pelvis, into the solar plexus, rising on up into the heart center, the throat, the third eye, the pineal gland, and the crown chakra. You will be experiencing the power of these musical chakras probably throughout this whole program. And I'm very happy to be able to share one of our practices with you, many other practices that also are really sourced from the power of sacred mantra. That's to say, words of power that restore our attention back to our sovereign nature and to the sacred voice inside you, inside every one of us. So once I had a dream, and in the dream this big red Buddha was standing looking at me, and he said, "Know the Heart Sutra." Okay, so if you have a dream like that, you take notice of it, right? So this Heart Sutra, which is sourced from the Tibetan tradition, it is sung now by all manner of people. Everybody loves it. Why is that? The central mantra is part of a much longer text. And the text is saying, whoever you think you are not. Right? So it's saying you think you're your senses, you're not just your senses. You think all your likes and dislikes, you're not those. And it goes on with all these things you are not, takes everything away. And then it leaves you with this one singular mantra, which goes Om, okay, just say that, Om. Gate, which means go, Gate, which means go. Paragate, that means go even further than that. Paragate. And then parasangate, go even further than further. Bodhi, swaha. The wisdom is. There you will find the wisdom. And you can actually, when you're sounding this mantra, you can bring your hands up in the air and then come down like this. And then you just go like that. You just open everything up. And then you just come back and you just bring your hands together again in the root chakra. You always start in the root chakra with the Om. And then we go into the Gate, Gate, Paragate, Parasangate, Bodhi, Swaha. Okay, so it's like you just, the wisdom is before you. You just see it. You feel it. Okay, you receive it. Okay. Om. We'll just say it first of all. Gate, Gate, Paragate, Parasangate, Bodhi, Swaha. Okay, and you come back to Om. In the middle of the mantra, you don't sing the Om all the time. At the end, you just sing it at the very beginning of the mantra and then at the very end. If you prefer, when you're chanting this mantra, you can just simply sound it and keep your gaze right like that. This mudra is called the Sword of Compassion, and the mantra is all about invoking compassion. Okay, so imagine you have a sword in your hand and you're looking to the end of that sword, and that sword is in line with your third eye. Okay, and so you're seeing far beyond with your eyes open. Your eyes are wide open, looking beyond your social compound, looking beyond all the conflicts, seeing beyond all the strife, the conflict, seeing the wisdom that is Swaha. It has happened. It's already happened. The wisdom is here. Yeah. So you are invoking that compassionate wisdom by sounding this mantra. So I'm just going to play it now, okay? So I'm sounding, and I'm literally, as I'm singing, my focus of attention is the third eye. So I'm looking far beyond. Gate, Gate, Paragate, Parasangate, Bodhi, Swaha. 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 Gate, Gate, Paragate, Parasangate, Bodhi Swaha. Go, go, far, far beyond, far, far beyond the wisdom is. Oh.
Hello, I'm Gary Zukav,
And I'm Linda Francis.
and we're here to share some thoughts and experiences about the source of wonder. For us, everything is a source of wonder, and we want to share with you some of the ways that we have experienced our divine spark, what it is, what it feels like to us, and how we've come to love it and share it.
So I want to speak first about experiences that I had when I was really young. So when I was really young, I had experiences that I didn't understand. I knew they were good. I knew they were loving, but I didn't understand what they were. And I also knew not to say anything to anyone. So let's fast forward a number of years. And I read Gary's first book, The Dancing Woolly Masters. And in that book, I realized that quantum physicists were talking about the things that I knew that were true inside of me, that were all connected. And I was just thrilled about that, to know that there were other people in the world that knew those things that I knew inside of me were true. So I want to move a little further down my path, and I had an experience of the divine spark coming alive in me, but it didn't happen by having this really loving experience to begin with. It actually happened because I had a very painful experience. And that painful experience, I felt like I was being betrayed and violated. That was what parts of me felt. But I knew that I'd had that happen earlier in my life, and I knew that I didn't want to do what I had done before. So this time, I used it as an opportunity to learn about myself. And so I was willing to feel whatever pain there was associated with this, because it felt very painful, and I felt it, but I was feeling it because I really wanted to change myself. I didn't want to blame the other person like I had done many years before. So I felt the pain. I call it the pain of powerlessness because it was so excruciating and painful, but I knew why I was feeling it, because I didn't want this part of me to control me again anymore, that felt violated and betrayed, or who had done that to other people. That's what really shocked me. I realized that it was telling me about myself, this experience. And when I felt that, and I just kept feeling it because I wanted to change, something began to happen. And I started feeling something very, I can maybe describe it as warm inside of me. And I didn't know until later that I felt this divine spark was being ignited. It was very small, but I really felt it, and I knew something very big had happened. And I was so excited. And then and how I knew that it was the divine spark, and how I knew that I had changed, is because I saw that I really loved myself. Even if I had all those parts of me inside of me, I still loved who I was. And I had no feeling of anger or bitterness toward the person who I would have blamed before. In fact, I only felt real love for that person. I didn't want to be around them anymore because I knew they didn't understand this. But I felt so loving. So then what happened is I began to, everything that happened after that, and it informed my life, because I knew that I wanted to live in a way that I always learned about myself. And I was so excited about that. I met Gary. We began to co-create together. We began to learn more and more, so that divine spark began to get bigger and bigger in me. And I knew I was giving my gifts, and I was so excited about that. So I just wanted to share that because it didn't come in a really loving or wonderful way. It came through feeling the painful sensations that I felt, and then moving through that and allowing that divine spark to ignite in me. So I'm hoping this is helpful to all of you.
Well, I'm discovering that divine spark is there. It's in everyone. It's in me. Whether I see it or not, whether I know it or not, whether I even believe in it or not. I am the divine spark. But what I'm talking about when I say divine spark, as I understand it from Masami and Hiru and Ervin, is a recognition of something more than the five senses can provide. A recognition that I am more than a body and a mind. And actual experience of that. Actual experience of creativity that isn't limited to my intellect and isn't limited to my experience. And once I saw that, I began to see that it's always been the case. So I'll tell you a time that I saw it and I recognized it, and it was really in a way that I couldn't not see it. I was writing a book on physics after being invited to the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory in Berkeley, California, to meet with a group of physicists on a Friday afternoon. And they were discussing things at that meeting that just astounded me. The question in particular that they were discussing is, are we creating the reality that we're experimenting with? Now, I talked about things like that in coffee shops, but these were renowned theoretical physicists. So I went home, and I was so excited, but I could not explain what excited me so much. So I decided to look into it, and they were gracious enough, this group of physicists, to allow me to come back again and again, and I did. And after a while, I decided that I wanted to share what I was learning from them in our discussions about theoretical physics. I was reading books. They agreed, by the way, and when I asked for their help, all but one agreed to help me. So I began to write. And as I wrote this book, which became The Dancing Wu-Li Masters, an overview of the new physics, I started with an outline for each chapter that I anticipated writing. But as soon as I started writing the first chapter, I threw the outline away because my energy went somewhere else. The outline went over here and the energy went over there. So I had a choice to make, but it was not a choice that was difficult. I went over there with the energy, and I did that from the beginning to the end of the book. After 6 chapters, which was about a half a year, I realized that all the chapters were coming together, were fitting together as though I had planned it that way. But I hadn't, because I had discarded all of my outlines. So how was that happening? How could that possibly have been happening? And that's when I began to realize that I wasn't writing this book alone, that I was co-creating it. And now, please don't mistake me. I'm not saying that I channeled the book or that I'm a channel. That's not the case. I had to work and do the things that I'm doing and that I was doing. But what I am saying is that I realize that it's not possible to be alone. It's not possible for anyone to be alone. And therefore, it's not possible to create alone. So all creation is co-creation. It's creation with you and your non-physical guides and teachers. The ancient Greeks called these the muses, but now we're becoming multi-sensory. We're in a great period of consciousness transformation, and we're beginning to see far beyond, in addition to the 5 senses. And we see that our divine spark when it comes to creativity is co-creativity. I went on to finish, or I should say we went on to finish, whoever my guides and teachers were, The Dancing Wu-Li Masters. It was the first book I'd ever written and the first interest I'd ever taken in physics. And it won the American Book Award for Science and was featured in a large review, laudatory review in the New York Times. And that's how I realized that I could share some things that were important to me through writing. But important how? Important through what I could think about? Only if what I was thinking about came from the heart. Only if I could feel that energy that was so solid and grounded and welcoming and fulfilling to me. That's when I recognize the divine spark as it comes in co-creativity. If it's not that, then I'm just writing from my thoughts, from my intellect, and afterwards when I go back and I read it, it's not very good, and I throw it away. But when I'm writing from that place and I go back and I read it, then sometimes it makes me cry. Always I want to read it again and again. And I know it's good, it fulfills me. And it's not good because it pleases a part of me that wants to do something good or write something good. It's good because it is good, because it pleases me. And so that's what I've been doing ever since. The latest book I've written also comes in this way. It's called Universal Human. It'll be published in 2021. And I've been working on it for 30 years. And I realize now that I've been working on it and the book's been working on me. We've both been expanding and growing. I'm not finished yet and neither is it, but it's going to be published. So those are some examples of divine spark. There are many, many more.
I think that's so beautiful, beloved. I'm so glad you shared that again. And I'm really looking forward to sharing all of this with all of you.
So thank you, Masami Sayonji. Thank you, Hiro Sayonji. Thank you, Ervin Laszlo, for the Fuji Declaration.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Sayonara.
From the seat of the soul to the source of wonder, loving comfort indeed from two divine sparks and international bestseller authors. Thank you so much, Gary Zukav and Linda Francis. Science and spirituality are becoming fast friends, especially with a wondrous cosmologist, Jude Currivan, and the director of the Global Consciousness Project, Roger Nelson.
Hello, I'm Jude Currivan. For the first time, discoveries of leading-edge science are converging with universal spirituality, revealing the innate unity of the whole world, of reality itself. The emergent integral whole world view is fundamentally a cosmology of consciousness, a science of love. Understanding its evidence-based and conscious framework is an invitation to experience and embody its essential unity in diversity and awaken the divine spark, our innate connection with Source within us. If and when the COVID pandemic is cured, we and our world are only at the beginning of a much longer and even more challenging road in the coming years. The existential threats that confront us are a result of our hitherto diseased view of reality that's only seen its illusory appearance of separation, an illusion that's driven our injustices, conflicts, and environmental destruction. What is getting us through the pandemic isn't separation and fear, it's love. Love for our fellow human beings and a remembering of our love from Mother Earth and all her children. Freed from human plundering, they've been showing the resilience of life and the possibilities of regeneration for a healthy planetary home where human beings steward and nurture rather than destroy its resources and abundance. Such love also lies at the heart of a growing and collective remembering of the interconnectedness and innate unity of the whole world. Waking up from the dream of separation that's become a nightmare is enabling us to literally remember who we really are, not as separate from each other and the wider world, but as microcosmic co-creators of a universe that exists and evolves as a unified entity, that exists to evolve, a great thought in the infinite mind of the cosmos. Seeing the whole in the many and the many in the whole, this holographic vision reflects English poet William Blake's invitation to see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. Such holism calls us to act local, feel global, and think cosmic, integrating our heads, hearts, and hands. It's a summons to hope in action, where the divine spark in me expands my spiral of compassion to also embrace the divine spark in the we and the all of the unity of all existence. May I see the divine spark in me. May the divine spark in me see the divine spark in you. May the divine spark in us see the divine spark in everyone. And may the divine spark in everyone see the divine spark in everything. May the divine spark in everything know it is infinite and eternal, divine love. And may its love and peace radiate throughout the whole world. Together, as we awaken our divine sparks, we can link up and lift up. We can connect, inspire, and empower a global movement towards justice, unity, and peace. And through our unity and diversity, we can love into life a breakthrough of transformational change, a legacy to our children and their children, to Mother Earth and all her children. Earlier this year, for Mother's Day, I wrote these words of love and gratitude to all our mothers, and especially our Mother Earth, without whom we would not have been born as divine sparks in human form. You made me with stardust gathered from ancient suns. You bore me in your primordial belly through long aeons of possibility. You birthed me naked and squalling, slippery with life's promise. You smiled as I squirmed in the dawn of a new day, lit by kindness. You gentled me as I swaddled in the comfort of your breast. You grew me strongly with plant and fish, milk and meat. You taught me to know you and to know myself through you. You have always loved me. Thank you. I love you.
I'm Roger Nelson. I'm the creator and director of the Global Consciousness Project. Well, first, I would like to thank the Goy Peace Foundation and the Club of Budapest for inviting me, but also for their work in spreading a very important kind of message to the world, to all of us. It is time that we come together and become a kind of world consciousness. And in some sense, what I want to talk about is a system that I developed some years ago, now more than 2 decades, for taking some measurements that reflect a kind of world consciousness as best we can tell. I'll begin at the beginning, which is really much longer time ago. When I was in college, I encountered Teilhard de Chardin, a Jesuit priest and theologian, but he was also a paleontologist. In other words, he was both a spiritual man and a scientist. He was among the people who discovered and identified Piltdown Man. And he was very interested in evolution. He wrote beautifully a long discussion of evolution, starting with the dead particles and going to molecules and then to small living creatures, and then through birds and mammals, and ultimately to human beings, a self-aware organism on this planet. And he said a very interesting thing which stuck with me. He said, we may think that we are the pinnacle of evolution, and in some sense we are up to this point, but there is more to come. There's another stage, and that stage he then described. He gave it a name, shared with a friend of his from Russia, Vernadsky. They both thought that there would be a noosphere, that is a sphere like an atmosphere or like an ionosphere, except in this case, a sphere around the Earth made of knowledge, of knowing. This is the kind of idea that was so profound, it struck me deeply then and stayed with me until something like 30 years later. I had come to Princeton University to work in a lab studying human consciousness and the extended capabilities of human consciousness. It was called the PAIR Lab. That stands for Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research, a very long and cumbersome name. So we most often were known as and understood to be the PAIR group. We were a variety of different academic disciplines. We had physicists and astrophysicists. We had engineers, electrical and mechanical and aerospace engineers. We had psychologists. We had philosophers. Our group was a kind of microcosm of what I think the world should ultimately be, a kind of cooperative, a collaboration of different viewpoints. We need to come together, almost accidental shift in my fortunes to move from teaching in a small college in Vermont to the great university, Princeton University, enabled me to expand my horizons and to develop tools and instruments and ideas and ultimately experiments that could help understand human consciousness at its finest and its most extended, I should say. In the PAIR Lab, we learned, we studied individuals. We really asked people individually to try to change the behavior of sensitive devices. And the one we used most was called a random number generator, or random event generator. We usually abbreviated that to REG. The experiments amounted to was asking a person sitting a meter or two away from this box on a table, which was generating random numbers. That means completely unpredictable sequences of numbers. We asked people to change that by wishing or willing or praying, if they, whatever technique they wanted to use. Despite there was no connection, no switch they could turn, no wires to hold, they were able to do this. Now, it was a small effect, and it didn't happen every time a person tried, but it happened so consistently that over the years we built a large database a very persuasive information saying human consciousness is not stuck inside the head, it's not stuck inside the body, but extends out into the world. It can actually change the physical world ever so slightly. So we did this experiment and others somewhat like it, using different kinds of machines and asking a variety of different kinds of questions. Eventually, we built smaller and smaller devices until we had ones that could fit in the palm of your hand, that we could attach to tiny computers. This work is a long time ago. It's in the 1990s. There was no such thing as a laptop when we really started. We had portable computers, but they were like small suitcases. Eventually, though, we had palm-top computers, not much bigger than an iPhone. And we could attach our random number generators to that and go out into the field and do what we called field REG research. We went to churches where they were having ceremonies, or we went to the woods with pagan groups where they were going to do rituals celebrating the full moon. We had people going to the opera and taking data during the opera, and in particular during the arias, the ones that people recognize and commune with. Everybody knows the aria already, and people come into become a kind of coherent group shaped by the music. We also went to places like shopping centers and street corners and train stations where we predicted there would be no effect. We predicted there would be an effect if people were brought by the situation into a kind of coherence and resonance with each other. And that's what we found. In the rituals, in the great music situations, we found the data, instead of wandering randomly as we expect random number generator numbers to do, they would take off. They would leave the steady, uninteresting track of non-randomicity and become structured. So this experiment, which we called Field REG, allowed us to establish nicely that there is such a thing, there can be such a thing as a group consciousness, which has some characteristics shared with the individuals that are in there, but which seems to be a kind of separate entity. And what it seems that we were able to show was that if you have a random number generator that's whose future is unpredictable, in a situation where there's a coherent consciousness developing, it looks almost as if that coherence, that coherent group, includes this random number generator. In other words, it's part of the group consciousness. And we think that is probably why it changes, why its behavior changes from random to be slightly structured. The experiment also raised lots of questions like, what happens if you have 2 or 3 or a dozen random number generators? What happens if they're separated from the people or from the group? What happens if the group is very big? And you can see this leading to the idea of a global consciousness, a group that comprises all the people on the planet, in principle. It also led to the development of a network of random number generators. The same devices that were used in the laboratory and in these group consciousness field experiments, but now a network of these devices spread all over the world, in all continents except Antarctica, in sufficient numbers that we could imagine that it was tapping into or potentially capturing some structure that might be created by a global consciousness. So we created the network, tested it in prototypes. We looked at, for example, the funeral of Princess Diana a long time ago. That was 1997, 23 years ago. And we predicted that because there were really very large numbers of people at the time, it was said perhaps as many as 2 billion people would be paying attention to this same event. They would be going with the procession and listening to the songs and the speeches. In any case, what we found was a trace when we combined all these, the data from all these random number generators. We found a trace that was not random. It was 100-to-1 odds against chance that we should get such a deviation as we saw. This was actually a prototype that led to establishing a network, which now has been running since 1998 and still continues, in which we set up a formal series of experiments. We had a hypothesis. It was very straightforward, but very general. We predicted from the beginning that if a large event, if some event in the world brought large numbers of people into a common state of mind and especially emotion, that we would see changes in our data corresponding to that period of time when the people were affected by the events in the world. Probably the most prominent and powerful example is one that everybody remembers, I think. It was the events on September 11th in 2001. People usually just say 9/11. There were terrorist attacks in Washington and especially in New York, where the World Trade Towers were ultimately brought crashing to the ground. Some 3,000 people were killed. And the world was utterly shocked. This was not something that anybody could have imagined, and yet it happened. It actually had a number of different parts, I think. It was fear and anger, but it was also, I think, and especially as the time went on, more and more something like compassion and concern. Powerful emotions, but they were shared all around the world. Basically, the world was brought into a synchronized unity. In any case, our data, which normally should be a wandering random walk with no trend, started upward and climbed for basically something like 3 days. It's so powerful an effect that we hadn't seen anything like that up to that time in 3 years, pretty much unique. We set a goal of 500 events and we found 2 or 3 each month. When we reached the goal of 500 events, it was possible to determine what is the bottom line, what's the combined output from all this experimentation. And it's a really very powerful indication that there is some effect of something like global consciousness. We can't be entirely sure what causes it, but there are good reasons to believe it really is a gathering of consciousness around the world, which changes the way our random number generators behave. The odds against chance for the bottom line are remarkably high. It's more than 1 trillion to 1, something like 3 trillion. Conclusions that we can draw from such a powerful effect is that there is something going on. And my favorite finding, I think, in the whole process of looking at the data from the Global Consciousness Project is that compassion is the emotion which is most powerful. And we can categorize the event. Does it evoke a lot of compassion? Is there a lot of compassion embodied? If so, we expect and predict and find that the effect is very large. This shouldn't be surprising in a certain sense, because what we're talking about is some kind of unconscious connection among all of us to create something like a global consciousness. Compassion, what kind of an emotion is that? It's one that connects. It is the means by which we share and become one with the other. So I'll wind down with a little bit of description of what I think the implications are. There is a powerful effect, and it is attributable to something that we're calling global consciousness. It happens when we all come together and share powerful emotions. This unconscious connection that we have doesn't have to remain unconscious. It is possible for us to bring our unconscious connections up into awareness. That's the strongest message from the Global Consciousness Project. Maybe a little stretch for some people, but I think it's a very important thing. The next stage, which Teilhard de Chardin was talking about, is a kind of global, coherent consciousness, what he called the noosphere, the sheath of intelligence for the earth. And I have one quote that I would like to read from him. Teilhard de Chardin, he said, "Someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. And then, for a second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire." And with that, I thank you very much for attending, and I wish everyone well, safe travels in this amazing time of pandemic and turmoil and so forth. We will connect with each other, and we will become a consciousness, a noosphere for this earth. Thank you.
If Source could speak so softly, or musically, or poetically. Next up, author Kingsley Dennis, composer Ludwig Thumann, and Lady Fiona Montague of Beaulieu.
Hello, and welcome to my home here in Andalusia, southern Spain. Centuries ago, this land was where all the great spiritual traditions met and shared their wisdom. My name is Kingsley Dennis, and I'd like to communicate to you the importance of finding our way back home. It is said that overall, the individual tends to be unhappy, not because of what they know, but because of what they don't know. In other words, we need to remember, to reconnect. We have long been in an age of separation, of longing, and this disconnection is at the root of many of our social ills. We are in crisis, individually, collectively, and soulfully. We are in a crisis of the heart, and society reflects these fractures. This longing of return, reunion, reconnection, however we wish to name it, has been at the core of the spiritual impulse. The road of deep connection, of essential communion between self and source, is never easy nor automatic. It must be sought. A good doctor does not offer a cure without first understanding the cause of what ails the patient. A good doctor also knows that the patient carries the potential for the cure within them. Everything in life is in process. Nothing is static, and all things, all life, is in movement. Yet there are different ways in which this movement can operate. It can be gradual, or it can be accelerated. Let us take the analogy of the acorn and the caterpillar. The acorn, as we know, carries within it all the information it requires to grow into an oak tree. What it requires from the outside is time and favorable environmental conditions. With these, it can gradually, over many generations, grow up from the acorn in the soil to the grand oak tree that reaches for the sky. This is a gradual process that moves along a natural rhythm. We can say that this represents the general path of natural evolution. Then there is the caterpillar. The caterpillar also contains within it all the information it needs for its future growth. It may not be fully aware of this, yet if it follows its instinct, it will come to a point in its life where it feels the need to make a change. It will enter into the cocoon state and, if internal conditions are favorable, it will eventually emerge into a butterfly. That is, it will undergo a radical transformation into something new. it will not be an extension of its old self, like the oak tree is to the acorn, but will transform into a new state of being, if internal conditions are favorable. What this analogy tells us is that there is a gradual evolutionary growth as well as rapid evolutionary transformations. As it is with the caterpillar, so it can be with humankind. We can choose to be recipients of environmental conditions that favor our gradual development over generations, or we can make a conscious, concerted effort to utilize internal conditions to trigger a rapid and radical transformation of our being. Buckminster Fuller once said that there is nothing in a caterpillar that tells you it's going to be a butterfly. The outward signs are not readily distinguishable. There are no neon signs announcing the capacity for transformation within, yet it exists. The program for transcending ourselves is written into our code. What is required to unlock this code is correct intention. There are moments, epochs in the human evolutionary journey when significant shifts in consciousness, understanding, and knowledge are required. We are living within one of these monumental transition periods right now. And what is more, we should be mindful not to become our very own obstacle. It is said that when people actively try to guess a card or dice, they will make so many mistakes that it becomes statistically impossible for them to be wrong so many times. And yet, why is this so? What has been shown by psychologists is that people are in fact guessing right more of the time, but some inner censor prevents them from admitting it and actually blocks this so that they guess wrong. We have an inbuilt detector that instead of proving us right is actually working to positively prove us wrong. A part of the human personality actively seeks to protect a person's existing ways of thought, their status quo and sense of familiarity, in order not to push the boundaries beyond their conditioning or social programming. I am not alone in feeling that the time is now ripe, even overripe, for a change to come along. Our modes of understanding, and thus our parameters of thinking, have begun to shift, and about time too. The cracks in the dominant paradigms of thought are now showing through. In the modern world, people are beginning to understand, outside of religious terminology, the concept of the absolute one reality. Science is also now confirming what mystics and sages have said for centuries. The quantum sciences have validated that there exists an underlying quantum field, sometimes referred to as the quantum vacuum, plenum, matrix, or even the Akashic field. From this underlying collective field manifests all materiality. That is, all material existence is fundamentally and inextricably interconnected, and all life is connected to the same underlying field. Further, that this underlying unified field is not only energetic but also conscious. According to the ancient Vedic understanding, all is Brahman. There is nothing that is not Brahman. For outside Brahman, nothing exists, because all is Brahman, the ancient. Within a unified mind, everything is in communication or communion with itself. After all, why shouldn't we humans, as the physical, spiritful beings that we are, be able to communicate with the unified source from which we manifested forth? I invite you, the listener, to explore the implications of purpose and meaning upon human life if we acknowledge that all existence is a manifestation from the conscious unified source field. What are our responsibilities? How will this impact our human future? How can this enrich our lives? These are some of the important questions of our time, and the time is now. It is time to realize our way back home. And as they say on the Santiago pilgrim routes, buen camino.
Next, we're going to see a production based on a folktale from China. This is a touching story, exploring the rewards of kindness and generosity, and is called Lord of the Cranes. By the way, since ancient times, in China and throughout Northeast Asia, cranes have been a symbol of longevity, purity, and spirituality. Here's a summary of the story. The Lord of the Cranes is an immortal named Xian. He lives in the heavens on misty mountaintops. One day, Xian decides to take the pulse of humanity. Mounted on a crane, he flies with his flock down to the valley. In the city, the first thing he does is give his warm silken robes to a man shivering in the cold, in exchange for the man's clothes. Now dressed as a person without means, Xian is treated by everyone with contempt. Eventually, he meets a kind innkeeper who takes him in and gives him food and shelter day after day and asks for nothing in return. Xian rewards him by painting 3 magical cranes on the inn's walls. Whenever customers sing and clap, the cranes come to life, jump off the walls, and dance, and this brings the innkeeper a lot of business and wealth, which he uses to bring more people into his care. One day, the innkeeper finally asks Xian who he really is and asks him for advice. Xian responds by pulling a flute out of his robes and playing a melody of heaven. He advises the innkeeper to teach others to be kind. Then, mounting a crane, he flies with his flock back into the heavens.
The story of Xian, the Lord of the Cranes. quick, busy and quick. They walked on by, busy and quick, busy and quick. They walked on busy and quick, busy and quick. Walked on busy and quick, busy and quick. Walked on busy and quick, busy and quick. Busy and quick, 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 busy and quick. They walked on by. But none saw. Lit thy doors wide open, kind host all shone. Lit thy doors wide open, kind host all shone. Shed his rice, soup and joy, shed his rice, soup and joy. In praise and thanks, painted cranes that sprang to life, that sprang to life, and danced to song. John painted cranes that sprang to life and danced to song. John painted cranes that sprang to life and danced to song. That sprang to life and danced to song. That sprang to life and danced. That sprang to life and capered to song. That sprang to life and danced. That sprang to life and danced to song. That sprang to life and danced. That sprang to life and capered to song. That sprang to life and danced. That sprang to life and capered to song. That sprang to life and danced. The inn grew rich, the inn grew rich, the inn grew busy and quick, 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 busy and quick. He gathered others, gathered them in his care, his care. At last he asked, who are you? Is there more that I can do?
Hello, everyone. It is such a privilege to be alive and on a path of service at this challenging time for our beloved, troubled planet. A time of crisis is with us. Know it as a blessing, the divine spark of transformation of values upon our glorious planet Earth. We were born for this time, as were our fellow servers in every nation. May the light of love guide our reconnection with the source of wonder. The interconnectedness of our entire universe has been outlined with great clarity by that visionary scientist and thinker, Professor Ervin Laszlo, for many years, and we ignore his scholarship at our peril. Will humanity initiate the deep transformation that is so needed? Will we see the incoming spiritual energies, that connection with the spark of divine reconnection which will empower the emergence of a true transformation? Or will a self-centered, rampant materialism reemerge? We must up our game. We live in a global, fear-saturated society. Understandably, with this naughty virus pervading our world, a new quality of planetary imagination is demanded from us all as the price of survival. Focused, determined, enlightened public opinion is the most potent force in all the world. The real catastrophe out there is poverty, spiritual poverty, and poverty of imagination. How can I contribute to a solution? I try to manifest my highest soul frequency every moment of every day, evoking the highest and the best in everyone I meet, reaching out in heart and mind, in a spiritual of loving understanding. And here I think especially of the young people in all our countries. Their path through our turbulent world will be tough. Recently I became a grandmother. We do indeed live in a time of great peril and violence, but also great promise. We must remain optimistic. All of life is an experiment, work in progress, and the Source of Wonder event is an exciting platform, a case for feeling optimistic about the fabric of our society in almost all nations, changing as the spark of intent supports the fine words spoken here. Countries, awake to their collective responsibility and shared ideals. May I repeat, we are so fortunate to be alive at this vitally important time in the history of our planet. May we serve wisely and well. Thank you. Fiona Lady Montague.
Enchanting. Thank you so much, Lady Montague, and we send our healing well wishes. So, let's check in for a moment, shall we? Take our spiritual pulse. How are you feeling? Are you feeling? What are you feeling? Do you ask these questions from yourself or only wait for others to do so? Take a deep breath in and out. Remember to connect to the source. The source is always with you. When you inquire yourself to these questions, you start to engage in an unusual conversation with a lover you never even knew you had. Source tells me we are ready for more wonder. So let's get ready for a triple P: politician, philanthropist, and poet, and the meditative piece. Please welcome the distinguished Karan Singh and the distinctive Steve Farrell.
Dear Ervin and friends, the source of wonder is itself a wonderful name, because the fact that we are living, thinking, meditating human beings is itself a wonder. because only billions of years of evolution have produced beings like us. Therefore, we have to use every moment that we have positively in order to help the evolution of the universe itself. We are now living in very difficult conditions, with the COVID pandemic having covered the entire world and tens of thousands of people dying every day. At this time, we need to mobilize all our physical or emotional or intellectual and our spiritual resources in order to keep our own balance and try and spread joy and happiness among humanity. If we ourselves lose our balance, then we will not be able to help anybody else. So on this occasion, when we are celebrating an anniversary of the Fuji Declaration, let us once again take the inner oath, as it were, to do whatever we can to help humanity and to use this period of enforced isolation to look within and find there the source of light and power that we are seeking. Let us be clear, the divinity is all pervasive, but the divinity is finally to be found in our own spiritual heart. Once we find that, then we are on the path to spiritual development. So on this occasion, I send everybody connected with this project my very warm greetings and sincerely hope that you will use this occasion to full extent in order to optimize your inner resources and capacity. Stay well. God bless. May the force be with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Farrell, the Executive Director of Humanities Team, and welcome to all of you in the Source of Wonder community and on Facebook. And I'm so happy to be here to talk about one of my favorite subjects, sparking divine reconnection. Because as we know, mystics have shared over millennia that we're all one, that there's no such thing as separation. It's a fiction. And modern science, of course, is affirming that this is so. And so what I'd like to do here with you in this just brief time that we're together is to just experience ultimate reality together. This whole being in stillness, in deep awareness, being in this place of connection. I'm going to even call it being in this place of communion, because when we truly live our day in a place of oneness, in this place of connection with our divine spark or our divine self, we understand that actually the divine and is not out there. Well, or the divine is out there, but the divine is also within, and within us and within each person, within the animal kingdom, within the earth itself. This whole Lion King thing, this song of he lives in you or she lives in you is true, right? And when we're living consciously during our day, we're very much in touch with that. And we're clear, even right now, in this moment, that he, she lives in you, in me. And when we're in that place of consciousness, of awareness, of stillness, of communion, then we're in a very different place. We're not in the alternate reality world, which is so true of the West, where Ervin Laszlo talks of these artificial conveniences, lights, and environments that are created that disconnect us from ultimate reality, from nature. Whereas when we're living consciously, like right now, as we're really breathing and paying attention to the stillness, to presence, that lives within us, the presence that is the sacred that is in all of life. Even now I'm looking out a window here now at nature. There's a hanging plant just outside my window, and there's a gentle breeze that's turning that plant ever so slightly, right to left and left to right. And then behind the hanging plant are trees. And every now and again, I'll see a bird land in a tree that'll just kind of sit there for a little bit, sometimes sharpen its beak on a limb. At this moment, there's a gentle breeze. And these trees are almost waving at you. Sometimes, actually, when I'm doing my work in Humanities Team, which is all about supporting people on their conscious journey, it's all about planetary awakening. It's about creating flourishing in all parts of our life. So sometimes when I'm doing programming, it almost feels as if nature actually is waving at me. Nature is saying, which is the one, nature is a part of the one presence also, the divine spark. Nature is saying, thank you for playing your role in living it and expressing it and in supporting other people that are doing the same, people that are on the conscious journey. So right now, in this very moment, I can feel all of these beautiful qualities that are what consciousness is, what ultimate reality is when we take the time to really live into it and to not ignore it because we're in some mental, emotional place with task lists, which is kind of the Western way in the world, where we're just driven to accomplish as many tasks as we can and we're fatigued. At the end of the day, we're in resistance to ultimate reality. Living consciously is just the opposite of that. We're not resisting. We're in flow with nature. We're in flow with the divine. So right in this very minute, as I'm looking out on nature, I'm in flow with the sacred, with the divine, with nature. They're all actually different words for the same thing. We could use this metaphor of the ocean that is the one. And we're all waves under the ocean. So we will come out on the shore where we extend ourselves, and then we'll recede back into the ocean. And likewise, each of us, humanity, nature, that we're all doing that same thing. We're in our inspiration, in our imagination, in our creativity. We're sometimes reaching out, launching out, reaching, impacting, touching parts of the world and the particular things that we're doing. And then receding back into this place of relaxation and deep connection with the one of which we are all a part. So I hope that as I'm talking here, I hope that you're feeling into this conscious place with me, into ultimate reality, into our divine presence or our divine spark, because that's really the exercise that I want to do here. There's so much discussion, so much that's been written about, movies made, music that has been created, that is really telling the story of the conscious journey. But I don't think we take as much time to just to be in the experience of the conscious journey, where we're deeply feeling into that together and where we then become an expression of it, which is where the real fruit is, I think, the most succulent fruit on the conscious journey, where we're experiencing it and where we become an expression of it, of consciousness itself, of the divine presence or divine spark itself, where we are an expression of it. People can feel that. Even as we speak, they can feel it. So I hope we're feeling into that together now. Now, just to go a little deeper, let's experience a meditation together. I'm going to call this an immersive meditation, where we're immersing ourselves in ultimate reality, this ultimate reality, which is divine presence, which is nature that we've just been talking about. Okay, so we can, hopefully none of us are driving a vehicle or something. We can close our eyes if we like, and just feel into, there is this place of non-separation. Because in the place of divine spark or divine presence, we understand there is no separation, that we actually are all one, always. It's the divinity or the presence that is always present, that's always with us, never leaves us. There's never an absence to this presence. Okay, so let's now feel into our body chakras, our crown chakra. Let's feel that really opening fully to the divine, to the cosmos, to the universe, and feel that divine light energy flow. It's coming down through our chakras in our body, touching our heart chakra in the middle, and then extending down all the way to our root chakra, and then extending down further to the middle of the earth. Let's just feel that divine light, which again, it's always here, which is why I'm calling this an immersive meditation, because it's always here. It's not like we turn it on or turn it off, but we can not be present to it by being in these artificial places that we place ourselves. So now in this moment, just feeling that divine light that's extending down from the top of our head through the bottom of our root chakra to the center of the earth. Feeling that divine light coursing through all of our bodies. And now let's feel that light extending from our fingertips and from our hearts to all of each other. Everybody who's a part of this summit that's out in the Facebook community. Everybody who is participating with us. Let's feel that divine light in this circular flow where our fingertips and our hearts are connecting with this divine light energy that's coursing through us and extending circularly through us globally. Now, as our eyes are shut, we can even feel and even see that divine light that's extending around the globe, connecting all of us who are participating in this. And now let's extend this energy flow, this divine light energy flow to all living sentient beings. So to all humanity, 7.8 billion people on the planet, to all of the animal kingdom, to all life on earth and Gaia herself, and even with our eyes closed, to just see that divine light that is extending to all of the sentient life on the planet, all souls, all divine presence. It's connecting us all. Let's just feel into that beautiful, healing, graceful, blessing, light energy that's coursing through the entirety of the planet right now. And of course, this energy where it's connecting this way, where we're conscious this way of divine light that is coursing through all sentient beings on the planet all at once, this is creating this so-called heaven on earth that we've read so much about, that we're familiar with, we've dreamed about, that many of us envision as something that we're creating in this lifetime. Let's just feel into that beautiful divine light energy and visually see and feel its presence throughout the planet. And we'll just slowly come back. And when we're ready, open our eyes to each other. Oh, beautiful. Well, I hope you were able to feel into that in the same way that I did. We could feel each other's divine spark, divine presence, divine energy. And now most importantly, as I say goodbye and namaste, let's just invite each other to live in this energy, to live in ultimate reality, to be an expression of this energy each and every day as we go out into the world. Because that's, I think, the only way that we create planetary awakening is through a grassroots exercise like that, where we all live it authentically and fully as we can together. Okay, thank you so much for spending a moment with me, and love and namaste to you.
From a New York apartment to an Ecuadorian home to a global playground, here are the poetics, the prose, and the barefoot artistry of Hazel Henderson, Leslie Ellen Combs, and Lily Ye.
Dear friends of the Fuji Declaration and the Club of Budapest, I and my colleagues here in North America are joining with you in sparking our divine reconnection and our interdependence of all of our human family on all life on earth. We earthlings depend on our mother star, the sun, for all of those free photons that we get every day that creates our food supply and everything that we depend on, our energy and our life itself. We co-evolved with other species, and yet, as Charles Darwin told us in his expedition in his books, humans became successful and grew due to our genius for bonding, sharing, and cooperating. And yet, due to the kind of economic systems we have developed, we now find that this hidden half of all societies is this caring and sharing, and what I did research on for many years as the love economy. 193 nations agreed at the United Nations in New York to adopt a new scorecard, better than GDP, which really incentivizes our worst instincts. It's almost like the GDP incentivized the 7 deadly sins. You know, competition, envy, accumulation, conflict, competition, all of that. And yet the SDGs now are adopted everywhere. Even companies are adopting them. And they reflect a much older traditional value system and way of life that still exists in most societies, but is totally ignored because, of course, it's all voluntary. No money changes hands. So the statisticians forget it. And yet now we have reached the stage where the planet now is teaching us directly. it's saying to us in the pandemics, in the climate crisis, in the floods, the fires, and all of this, it's teaching us, do not kill. Do not cut down forests. Do not destroy nature. What could be simpler? And yet we all grew up with this older set of values and principles, the golden rule. And that's what we're celebrating really in this spirit that we are reigniting. I want to personally express this in two of my poems, which I wrote over 30 years ago. So here goes. The first one is called Pecos River Meditation. And I wrote it while I was on a speaking lecture at a corporate ranch in New Mexico. And this is what I said. Lovers of learning and all life, ponder meaning over steaming cappuccino, wafting cinnamon and smooth cream. Chill snow dusting the bright spring morning in ancient Pueblo country, heart of the land of the eagle. What high purpose gives deepest meaning to their lives? Teacher, learner, enabler, just helping others along? Lover, why not say it plain? Perhaps such candor might offend, misconstrued by those in cultures which blind people to their own divinity. All life is sacred, truth that loses its meaning in a welter of high-tech toys, trendy tricks, and counterfeit spirituality. Yet each one of us is sacred still, holy children of Gaia's love and teeming plenitude. How deep, deep we must now reach to find our inner glory. Blessed are those who find special ones with whom to share the search, even as we see the love in everyone we meet, in every stone and flower of the great creation. Still the warmth and comfort of each other, communing together in awe and celebration, loving the magic, the dreams, the faith is pure benediction. How best to communicate these meanings and the essence of the journey? The hero's journey, we are told. Sounds a pompous note, separating us from mother's blood, soil, trees, pots and blankets, toys, and sacred baby's diapers. The lover's journey feels better for life's daily round of holiness, each task performed with mindfulness, each encounter with friend, lover, vendor, passerby, a pious opportunity. This loving impulse born anew each day, each generation, is the sacred core of all the sects and cults, the golden rule. Mythic wisdom, cultural DNA encoded in all our learning, distilling all our prayers. Life's lovers glean the images of history for universal themes, archetypes that can symbolize the sacred understandings in friendly garb and metaphor. What deeply known roles can players don to help reduce the strife, reweave the patterns that bind us all within the wheel of life? Trader, builder, host, juggler, jester, scribe, artist, musician, hunter, poet, farmer, weaver, or gypsy nomad, bearer of strange treasures from afar. All can bring messages of light more palatable than those in haughty masks, king, guru, sage, orator, emperor, warrior chief in horns and antlers, all lead by power and fear, dimming each soul's sacred flame, creating only dependency and shame. Lovers lead gently by attraction, no longer to capture females or DNA, no longer to give birth to many young, but to nurture each other, to make a difference with their sacred lives, to weigh in on evolution's side, no longer impaled on sad crosses of guilt, but singing and dancing the songs within their souls and celebrating art. Lovers always recognize each other and all who share these meanings, beyond all roles, garbs, and many hues disguises. Lovers with high purposes may also choose kingly roles, accepting karmic risks of leadership. Some pure souls may don the mask of success. Others prefer to flit as butterflies, tuning, blending, and sharing energies, all keeping faith mid unlikely scenes, honeycombed industrial hives, corporate ranches mushrooming in holy snow-capped wilderness. When all remember they are lovers, then all places are sacred once again. Each red pepper drying in the sun, each seed of corn, sweet-smelling cedars flanking the peaceful stream. The spirit of all things is in the brisk, chill wind, the untidy, boisterous dogs, the winter-coated, sweating horses. Sacredness is everywhere, from the lonely Pueblo ruins to mysterious dugouts, black pots lost on sandy isles, amid tangled sea grape and diving water birds. Neither is sacredness the province of antiquity or any age. Each time and culture offers us its gems, even our own post-industrial era. It is for us to see the beauty in this too, amid the strutting information age, the nuclear nightmare. Lovers always seek and find the grail anew in every time and place, to show the truth that art is everywhere, in beads and shells, weavings, pots and purses, in all the subtle rituals and little things, in healthy meals, in warm-fleshed human intimacy, the highs and lows of daily lives. No rose without the sacred shit on which it thrives, the chaos out of which all forms are born. The grail is in ourselves. Verbs are truth, nouns sometimes mislead. If all things are sacred, then at last each lover's inner light and reverence shines forth. And I wrote this because of all the worries about social media and how they're being misused. And so this one is called Cyberspace is Sacred Space. Earthbound humans soaring at last in cyberspace, a leap in their long and painful journey upward from Olduvai, Altamira's caves, Catalhoyuk, Sumer, with waves of patient migration, to cover all the lands on the bosom of Mother Earth. Cyberspace, entrance to the mind of God, sacred space, full of promises sung by all our sages, from nomad gatherer hunters to agriculture, gift of all our mothers, to industrialization, materialism, consumerism, onward to the vaunted information age. Triumph of technique yet mindless playing earlier childhood games, clicking on trades in the global casino, Dungeons and Dragons, escaping from the sacred duties of earthbound life, more ancient win-lose games, netizens crowing over citizens, celebrating freedom, rights without responsibilities. Will we reach the age of knowledge, learning at last to understand the mysterious glories of Mother Earth, teeming with life, symbiotic with our own? Will we move on to the age of wisdom, seeing all life as inseparable on our planetary journey? Will we use our tools of communication to reach community and a new communion with the cosmos? My love to all of my collaborators and colleagues all over the world. Thank you.
Fellow travelers, my name is Alan Combs. I'm at the California Institute of Integral Studies. This is my daytime job. I'm actually in Ecuador right now, where I presently live. I want to talk a little bit about connecting to the divine, and I'll say a few things about it. From my perspective, there are several ways people do this: through nature, inspiration, natural mysticism, through prayer and contemplative prayer, of course, through meditation, which is very close to contemplative prayer. The two are very similar or overlap. Selfless love elevates one considerably, and there are various kinds of dance that carry one. The Sufis use dancing, for example, as an ecstatic kind of activity. Many primary cultures, that is indigenous cultures, use dance as a major kind of divine activity. What is the divine? What do we mean by the divine? Or what do I mean by the divine? I think of the divine as consciousness itself, the very essence of consciousness. And it's very hard to talk about consciousness in any concrete terms because, of course, it's not concrete. But we use metaphors like light, energy, and love. Energy such as Shakti, for example, in some traditions. Light is a very universal kind of way of talking about consciousness. In some sense, we live in light, we bathe in light. Light for us is like water for a fish in the sea. In some sense, consciousness as light permeates everything. We are surrounded by it, filled by it, illuminated by it. And somehow we are often, I think for most of our lives, unaware of it until we wake up. So there's this metaphor of waking up and opening our eyes to the light of reality around us, which is consciousness itself, which has been there all the time. And that's one of the amazing discoveries of longtime practitioners and mystics is, oh, it's been there all the time. In fact, some of the great spiritual teachers have kind of wondered why they're trying to teach people how to discover consciousness in the spirit when they're bathed in it all the time. So it's a paradox. We're constantly in this ever-present, already there awareness of the divine, of consciousness. Some of the ways people enter the experience of the divine: nature, already mentioned, nature mysticism, through art, not as often, but there are some types of art that carry one to very high levels of spiritual experience. If you've ever seen Michelangelo's Pieta in Rome, Mary carrying the body of Christ, carved by Michelangelo, it will move you. It's a very powerful piece. Somehow he has turned marble into flesh there. There are other works of art that are elevating and moving, some for some of us, some for others. For me, music has been a very major path to experiencing higher, more elevated, and more even cosmic states of consciousness. There are many kinds of music that induce many types of emotion and experience and states of consciousness, of course, and people are different in their own preferences. I grew up in a family where I heard a lot of classical music, and so for me, listening to some kinds of classical music elevate my spirit enormously. Of course, almost anyone that listens to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, especially the Ode to Joy, can hardly not be captured by the brilliance and the luminescence of that piece of music. There are many others. For me, Renaissance music, ancient airs and dances, Andean flute music, most ancient Western music, but that's my tradition. And I listen to these types of music and I'm elevated by them. One of the things I've noticed over the years, actually since childhood, is that when I listen to a beautiful piece of music, especially if it's instrumental music, it carries me into another realm. Not that wonderful songs don't carry you other places as well, but there's this sense with your eyes closed and being a kind of phenomenological ocean in which you're floating in the clouds of this luminous music. And I think it's a real spiritual experience, and it elevates us out of the physical realm, possibly into a quite real realm that we don't spend all that much time in. I've also noticed over time that when I'm listening to beautiful music, it affects obviously affects our emotions, but it also affects my thoughts. Just thinking about people and problems, I have better thoughts, kinder thoughts, more generous thoughts, and solutions to problems that are more morally uplifting and more loving. So that's a short trip through my thinking about the divine. I'll just end with the Dalai Lama's wonderful statement about no matter what you do and who you do it with, be kind. So kindness is a major theme. So thank you very much for bearing with me, and I will end the program now. Bye-bye.
美华国小是位于桃园市大溪区偏远的一个山腰上的一个学校。学校的班级数不多，就有6个班，每个班的人数大概只有6到8名。因为是属于偏远的学校，所以在各项的资源上面会比较匮乏。
My name is Lily Ye, Barefoot Artist. I believe that everyone has the creative power, but when we get older, they lay dormant. And for children, a lot of time, adults discourage them to create freely and expect them to paint or draw like something. In places remote, oppressed people, voiceless people, it is really important to awaken their innate creativity so that they can express their emotion and express who they are through art.
这样子灰的，你看，搓一搓，这个灰的，这边是灰的，这边白的，这样搓开以后，它就合起来了。对。
Meihua is a wonderful place. It's neglected. This is the perfect canvas to build something new. And because not a lot of people paying attention, it's perfect time for children to just burst free and do whatever and express themselves. And the things they create are so full of vitality. Now they become directly the images in the public art. And that's very powerful.
那潜能开发艺术课程，它的名字会叫做潜能开发艺术课程呢。最主要就是我们希望开发小朋友的生命力，还有他的学习兴趣，以及他们的潜在的能力。那来了以后，美华国小的校长就告诉我说，他们非常担心被废校，就这个学校会被废弃掉，因为他们的人不满60个人。另外一个就是他们的学生呢，大概有2/3是属于教育部定位为高关怀的学生，也就是说，这是一个非常就是比较弱势的社区。
From several children, they thought are low wit and cannot keep up their learning. But through creativity, they are able to express themselves. And through that, they gain confidence. And now some of the children are transformed their academic studies and then gain social skills. So it's a very powerful means of education.
很厉害，很厉害！哇，我们的这个小朋友很厉害。这个颜色，你看这个颜色，这个嘴的颜色太不一样了，对不对？所以这些要把它变成橘红色。你们可不可以去找橘红色的颜色？好不好？然后你可以帮我拔，来帮我一下。
从3年前的陀螺大壁画，再是去年的寰宇大陀螺拼贴，在今年的寰宇艺术创作大地的拼贴，让我们都感受到叶蕾蕾教授关注在我们弱势学校学生的艺术的氛围，让学生都有享受艺术文化的权利。这是我们学生都没有想到说，他们今年身为一个偏远学校的学生，也能够比任何一个学校的学生还要幸运，享受国际艺术大师的熏陶。
可以用这个颜色也给它补一下，好不好？再给对，好不好？所以你们就找小的，好不好？
我的画是鸽子，因为呢，我阿公以前是养鸽子的。我画那个长毛象，因为他的头脑带了那个智慧和创意。
我创作的是一匹红色的马，因为我这个人性子较急，然后就想要找一个。刚好想到自己比较喜欢马，然后马就跑得比较快。
我画的是一只小小逼。
那这次我画的是一只龙，是叶蕾教授他刚好就选中了我的画，我就很兴奋。
I call my work co-creative process. And when I started, mostly are my images, and people come in to paint after I design. Children, they make things, but children's art has to be distilled, elevated, recomposed into something that's powerful. And so it's like an urban alchemy. So I played that role.
蕾蕾教授，来带我们做的这个大型艺术，比如像第一年的生命陀螺树，我们刚刚开始要做的时候，大家都吓到了，因为它太高了。做了以后呢，这个校长跟里面的老师还有学生就很快发现说，原来我们用想的那么困难的事情，如果我们坚持下去做，它是可以做出来的。所以我们那时候就有一句话说，用做的想不到，用想的做不到。
Each time we finish a project, we had the big celebration. We invite children's parents and people in the community and then officials to come and visit so the word spread. And then also there are volunteers from different cities and especially from the community. They spread the word. And then the bakery across the street become very involved. So now Meihua gaining recognition. So in the school transforming the principal that they have this capacity, transforming teacher more engaged and especially the children.
我相信就是他们不会担心被废校了，因为他们虽然小，他们已经有一个非常好的一个特色。那另外呢，校长跟邱主任也告诉我们说，他们看到很多小朋友的改变，所以这个课程它很重要的一个意思就是，它整个可以改变一个人的。那同时也透过这种比较大型的艺术，给他们信心说，有很多的事情想起来不可能，可是呢，我们做的时候是可以的。所以这个是对他们生命的一个 turning point， 就是一个转变的点，所以它非常有意义的。
Music can invoke the divine spark, and Laszlo playing the piano so masterfully did it for me. Did it stir something in you? Take a moment to feel. Laszlo lives in Italy, which is known for its many treasures. Here are 3 spiritually attuned ones: Paola Fiore, Nitamo Montecucco, and Sigmar Gherkin. Well, the last one is not Italian, but he likes to visit and teach his courses there. Enjoy!
Welcome everyone, and my name is Paola Fiore. I'm the founder and director of Etica Ambiente, that is a consulting company based in Italy, specialized in sustainable development. I'm also the national coordinator for the Climate Reality Project in Italy, and this is one of my major volunteering roles, for which I'm very passionate about. I'm also an educator and ambassador for the SDG, for the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. I'm also a Laudato Si animator for the Global Catholic Climate Movement, and I support many other organizations, always as a volunteer, about human rights and environmental protection. I really would like from my heart to thank you, all the organizers, for these beautiful invite that really gives me the opportunity to share my inner thoughts about the current moment that all humanity is living together. What I think is really important to address here is the fact that you need to pay attention to what is your inner most important value, because I think this helps you to, let's say, give expression to what is our natural divine spark, because I do believe each of us, every human being, has some kind of light inside that really needs some care, some attention to spark and to inspire other people. I always try to connect myself and support the other people also through my coaching profession, as I'm also sustainability and social responsibility and climate change coach. I also support the other people to do the same, find their core values, try to live every day honoring by these values, because this already is an incredible source of light for ourselves, to give us hope, to give us positive energy, but also for the other people that we encounter during the day. I think that giving light, giving voice to our inner value is really the best way to reconnect ourselves to our divine, I would say, natural source of life. And this is also very important, I believe, especially at this time in the history of humanity, to help us nurture all of these global, transformation that partly consciously and partly unconsciously humanity is already going through. If we think about our personal fears, our personal frustration, anxiety, especially for all the disinformation or, not real news that we listen to every day, really honoring our deeper values is really an important way to, let's say, preserve our, I would say, mental, spiritual sanity, and also overall well-being, so that we can continue to be a source of inspiration, motivation, hope for ourselves, our family members, our colleagues at work, and for all the people that we encounter in our life. How do I envision our shared future? I have a dream. I have a simple but powerful and beautiful dream that all humanity arrived at this point in time in our history really connects to the inner part that belongs to each human being, and at the same time connects to the collective part that belongs again to all of us as a social community. We also need to recognize, and this is the other part of my prayer, that we are one. We are one people. We are one humanity. We are living on one planet. When our planet is safe, is healthy, also has as individual and as people part of a bigger community feel safe and healthy. I really hope that each of us can start taking more care of ourselves, our inner self, our divine sparking light. In doing so, also being able to recognize the other divine sparking lights of each of other human beings and all living creatures. I do believe from the deep of my heart that it will become natural for us as human beings to take care of our Mother Earth, because we really have one only planet. We don't have another choice. This is really up to us. Thank you so much.
I'm Nitamo Montecucco. I'm a doctor. I'm an expert in neuropsychosomatic and brain neuroscience research. My history about the moment I was feeling to be reconnected to the source is a very poetic way to say something that is difficult to express. I remember when I was 10, 11 years old, I was on a mountain on the Alps, and all of a sudden all my body gets like still. I get still and I felt that everything was getting luminous, and my mind stopped, and I was seeing myself, the world, and was just beautiful. It was an experience of wow, the world is so beautiful, life is so perfect as it is. I just remain in this space, just remember I was there. I was conscious of being, of existing. Before I was just in a kind of automatic way. Since that moment I start to study the intelligence of life, the consciousness of life. I just asked my father to buy for me some books about biology, about zoology, and I start to study information, knowledges about what is this life that I perceive in the eyes of every animal, insect, I feel in the trees, I feel in life. I was very surprised. There was everything anatomical, physical, but no soul, no intelligence was studied. I become aware that our science is a very materialistic science, studying all the physical aspects, dimensions, and not studying the core of living being. That is the very center that is connecting to the source. It's like the wholeness is the unity of every single little or bigger soul, from atom to cell to animal to insect to human being to planets, and this wholeness is something like very incredible. So I start to study consciousness in animal. I start to study, and I felt many times to be there with a tree, with an animal, with other human being. Sometimes I was getting open again and feeling connected. And I was very lucky in my life. I met very extraordinary people, very spiritual master like Krishnamurti, the Dalai Lama, Lama Karmapa, Osho, the disciple of Nisargadatta Maharaji, Ramesh Balsekar, Sri Tatata. I was living with them. Sometimes I was meeting and meditating with them, and was just an incredible life. Just being there, meditating together, sharing simple experience of life in this, we call it Buddha field, a space of consciousness. Every religion, every spiritual path, every of these masters teach something very precious, different way to get back and to be reconnected to the whole. After this time, I start to feel an incredible urge to help other people, to share with other people my experience. Was something that is really incredible, so easy, because when it's opening, the consciousness is just there. And people are really closing their mind in their living material world. And they live in this sadness. They are rich people, most of them. There are even poor people, but even the rich people are not happy. And they miss something that is very essential, very deep. In this moment where humanity feels an incredible frustration, sadness, anger. So we start to get here in the global village, and we create this space that is a very beautiful Italian old villa with a river, with this temple, and we create every kind of possible groups and courses and teaching for every kind of people, from even for doctor and psychologists, or for teachers, or for just here. And more than 50,000 people came here from all over Italy, and they start to get inside. We share with this meditation and courses more or less 2,000 people every year that are coming here many times every month to do courses. And they learn how to get free of sadness, of anger, to get the body, the mind, the emotional dimension free of all past blockages. And then meditation is happening. So we have invented a new kind of meditation for the human being of this third millennium, a way to get in touch and become conscious of our own blockages, like a psychosomatic body scan, that is an incredible easy tools to feel and to melt old blockages, and many mindfulness, psychosomatic mindfulness, other kind of meditation. No, one is called evolution, how to get back to your inner state of awakening, how to get back to the source, how to feel back to life in your wholeness. And people are just simply get these tools, and we share it with many other people. And here at the Global Village, in this place, we get together many scientists. Our project was to create a new paradigm of consciousness, a new scientific paradigm that could understand consciousness and its evolution. Because consciousness means evolution, with many scientists from Italy and from all over the world. Expert Ervin Laszlo, Michael Roof, Jack Pansep, and many other scientists came here and shared this wholeness, this scientific vision of the evolution from the very beginning, from the Big Bang, from the astrophysics, and then quantum physics, and then biology, genetics, and then zoology. And these people are really helping us to create this vision. And this year, next year, the 29 and 30 May, 2021, we will have a big international conference on evolution of consciousness, and will be shared on Zoom so everybody can participate. Then we create a very large educational project. We call it Gaia Project. Gaia, the life of the earth, the consciousness of the earth. A project of teaching. We reach 36,000 people, young people, old people from all Italian regions. And we teach more than 2,000 teachers and professors and psychology and doctor and counseling that were going back to all Italy to teach meditation. And the Gaia project is very simple. It teaches how to get back to your body. The source is in our body, is not of our head, but when you recognize with your body and when with your soul, with deep heart, soul, and then with not with your mind, but with deep consciousness that is inside ourselves. I imagine one future in a very real way, starting from the understanding that this world now, right now, is just in the hand of people of power, of physical power, people that are not opening to spiritual dimension, that see only physical dimension. But we did here in the Global Village a very large international research on cultural creative. All the people who, by themselves, who really want to change the world in ecology, in all the dimension of life, from medicine to ecology to human rights or education or spirituality or media. And all these people, we call it cultural creatives, are growing very fast. Now we are between 45% of the population, but soon we can reach the 51% of population. So we could see very incredible change in our history, in our life. And these people are present in Africa, in Asia, North and South America, in Europe. And they are really willing to change the world. And a deep group of them, we call it the core of the cultural creative, are the people that work on evolution, on consciousness, on meditation. So there is a good way to hope, to work hard all together to recognize all our small associations that are divided right now all over the world and try to connect them for a beautiful and wide project, getting together into planetary consciousness, working for a future of peace, of consciousness, of humanity, of sustainability. I believe that we can get to that. And maybe if we are lucky, even in our life, we can see something extraordinary happening in the world in this direction. One of the main problems is really to recognize this large human family, because right now it's really divided. So I really appreciate and thank all you people of the Fuji Declaration to create this meeting to reconnecting to the source, maybe of inspiration of other people, but maybe it's just a moment to connect the large family and feel that we, in our different language and colors, we really are one humanity in transition to a planetary civilization. Thank you again.
Greetings and welcome. I am Sigmar Gerken, consciousness teacher, psychotherapist, trainer for trauma therapy and the co-founder of the International Institute for Coevolution and the Institute for Energy and Consciousness. Before I want to explore some deeper topics that move and affect our lives, I would like to briefly invite you to a short centering exercise, so that I can invite you to sit comfortably. It means sense your feet on the ground, or if you are cross-legged, your legs on the ground or on the chair, and bring your observation to your present flow of breaths and follow it for 2-3 breaths. And then gently expand the breathing further into your upper chest. Without force. And with your next out-breath, extend your out-breath for 1 or 2 seconds. So that the body wants almost to breathe you in by itself. And then further support the natural deepening of your breathing for 2 to 3 breaths. And with your next out-breath, let the wave of this out-breath flow toward your feet. And with your next in-breath, allow the flow like a wave from the feet to the top of the head. And stay with that flow for a couple of breaths. And feel the centering and unifying aspect of this flow. And see how in the best way you can sustain and support this flow when you also give attention to my presentation now. I understand it's not easy these days to stay centered and feel the presence of the unifying aspects of life, since presently we are cumulatively confronted with the powers of nature, like diseases, fires, floods, earthquakes, environmental questions and others, and we face our limitations to meet these challenges. On the other hand, we live in powerful times. We witness a widespread expansion of consciousness and the understanding of the interconnectedness of all existence. And never in history before we had technologies like now that instantly can connect us with thousands of people worldwide. And with that, we also reach a critical mass to move our energy, love, and consciousness towards collective healing. In our Energy, Love and Consciousness program that we begin online, we address and work the many levels that are needed to initiate this healing. As you could already experience at the beginning, whenever you expand your breathing, you expand your flow of energy, you expand the natural rhythm of life. And life, all life, expresses itself in pulsation. Therefore, a healthy, dynamic, and resilient system is expressed by its harmonious pulsation, which translates into a safe flow of understanding, sharing, joy, love, interconnectedness, and peace in heart and mind. This also strengthens what I call the matrix of grounding, which supports a person to transform difficulties and traumas in life. In our work, the matrix of grounding addresses the physical ground. That means the feeling that you are connected to the earth and your body, so that you can meet the challenges of the day and thrive in your life. From the safety of the physical ground, you can allow the flow of feelings in you and relate to them and establish the emotional or feeling ground. And with a growing capacity in your development, you express thoughts and language, and we can now formulate our feelings and experience, and with that creates a conceptual ground, which then provides the capacity to share and interact, to actively participate and expand onto a social ground. And how can we stay on the social ground open to invite the world in all its colors and diversity, and feel free to also expand from here into the spiritual ground, or as I call it, into the knowledge of the larger existence. As you can see, the matrix of grounding strengthens our coherence and enables the creation of a unified field, which enables us to generate energy and utilize our physical, mental, and emotional capacity and resources in establishing self-empowerment and a mindful presence. On this ground, we address in our work the spectrum from individual to collective trauma and reconnect the personal with the individual intention, which has been formed in the karmic layers of our existence, and to explore its meaning for this life, for the person now, since the future is the next moment of now. I really invite you to check out the online program Energy, Love and Consciousness, and also the global co-evolution training that we will begin in person next May 2021 in Tuscany, Italy. Both are great opportunities to deepen into these topics and experience. In coming together, online or in person, witnessing each other, practicing somatic awareness, mindfulness, and so much more, feeling and supporting each other, and knowing that we are all connected. In this way, we also contribute to global coherence, which is needed to understand and solve today's global issues of health, wealth, environment, justice, freedom, and peace. One of my early teachers was Jiddu Krishnamurti. And in 1973, during a visit at his school in Brockwood Park in England, I got introduced to the physicist David Bohm. I was very intrigued by their dialogues about the implicit order, as a deeper fundamental order of reality, and Bohm's concept of the holographic universe, that each part contains the information of the whole. Now you could see the probability how we can or could access information from different times and hold them as representation in our body-mind field, where they can be triggered again in us, of course, depending on life's events. My own research in infrared analysis of the human energy system and my biophotonic measurement confirms this theory. We also feel and know about our interconnectedness when we are in a centered state and when we open to the unified field of experience, in which we not only sense ourselves as a material reality like a particle or physical body, but when we also experience our wave-like nature, our body-mind field. in which we can receive and transfer energy and information in the speed of light, and with that can instantly connect globally. Years ago, I cooperated with a native teacher from the Lakota tradition, and we were beginning and ending our teachings or ceremonies always with the saying, Mitakyu o Yasin, which means all my relations, or we are all related. It has possibly never been so apparent that we are all related like now in terms of disease and health and the urgent global questions in relation to economy, ecology and the environment and many other topics. For sure, we continue to develop theories that will further explain that we are all in one primary consciousness in the holographic universe. This possibly requires an expanded research and understanding beyond the present description of brain functions. But whatever our scientific, philosophic, spiritual or the other teachings may be, bottom line is for me, the intention for this life is born in love. Love as a resonance with the flow of life and the intention to experience. The perception of this flow, as we all know, creates pleasure, well-being, and joy. So remember, life is precious, and in this manifestation and representation of you now, you are in this body, at this time, on this planet, in this universe, with this accumulated experience. And in this exact combination of appearance, there will never be another you. So more I invite you to connect with your infinite potential, to sense into your essence, inquire into your journey in life, connect with the power of all existence, become aware of the unique qualities and express them in the world. We all know that with empathy, competence, creativity and love, we can create a shift in the fields that we are living in. And this shift allows us to activate our inherent power of goodness and the capacity for self-healing and for the well-being of all life. Thank you so much for your presence, and I look forward to meet you on the path. Be well.
And divine reconnection, this is what it's all about. And we're using, us artists are using a connection of a divine sort. I believe that music comes through us, not from us. And the connection is with the cosmos and the universe, the beautiful creative spirit. It comes through us in the form of music. So I believe it's divine energy looking for material manifestation. So that's what these songs are all about. They're conscious songs based on consciousness. So I'd like to do a song now which I wrote a few years ago for an album called Men from the Sky, which is essentially a song. Men from the Sky title track was essentially about the Columbus expedition and what happened after the contact with the First Nation people. We all know the rest of that, so we won't talk about that at the moment. But anyway, this song is called Where Do We Go From Here? And it's kind of talks about the rise and fall of civilizations. It seems there's always, there's the Babylonians, there's the Greeks, there's the Romans, there's the Ottomans, there's the English, and then there's the Americans. And every time civilization rises, it will fall, inevitably. And I guess the song poses the question is, why are we always fighting? Why are we always warring to gain stuff which is transitory? It's not going to stay with us anyway. We can't keep hold of. The Romans are finished now. The Greeks, beautiful race though they are, they don't run the world anymore. And the world continues. The world keeps turning around the sun. There's another song I wrote, which I won't play you today, but I will play it some other time for you. But anyway, this song is called Where Do We Go From from here, because that's the question. They live so far away, so far away from here. The future's in their hands, the cause is very clear. Where dreams of freedom still continue, these men will surely have their way. The fight goes on, civilizations take their turn. Every nation, we ought to learn, we ought to know by now. This fire will burn through the years. Where do we go from here? You've always had your way, a place in history. You can't put men in chains and live life peacefully. The dream of liberty will catch you. Beware the eagle flies again. Oh, the fight goes on, civilizations take their turn. Every nation, we ought to learn, we ought to know by now. This fire will burn through the years. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Whoa, the fight goes on, civilizations take their turn. Oh yeah, every nation, yeah, we ought to learn, we ought to know by now. This fire will burn through the years. Where do we go from here? From here.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. In this case, luckily. One of Ervin's sons, Alexander Laszlo, has some words of wisdom to offer, followed by the author of the Conversations with God international best-selling book series, Neil Donald Walsh, who is a truly deep soul and a dear friend of Ervin Laszlo. Then for the big finale, we have the magnificent, breathtaking piece called Bella Gaia, written and composed by Kenji Williams. Thank you so much for watching us today. See you on day 3 the next weekend. Until then, stay attuned and may the source be with you.
Hello, my name is Alexander Laszlo, and I'm speaking to you from a bright, crisp, sunny day in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in the Southern Hemisphere. What a joy it is to join you today in this event of the Source of Wonder, where we can together reflect on the images of peace and of connection with divine inspiration. Let me start by breathing with you, and the way I wish to breathe, it was with my old friend here, my flute. Join me, relaxing, opening your eyes or keeping them closed, as best you may wish to flow with the sounds. So, breathing, the breath of life, chi, ki, spirit. For me, these are essential aspects of what it means to be alive. Indeed, connecting with Source. For me, it's about how to be a sorcerer. And there's a play in that. There's the magic and the mystery of sorcery, but spelling it with an S-O-U-R. So we're connecting with Source. Some say that the deepest form of Source, the deepest and truest connection, is to love. And that love is the fundamental part and expression and vibration and frequency of all that is. When we connect with and source that aspect of our being, of our doing, of our thinking, with that engagement around the source that is love in the cosmos, in the universe, then we manifest our own expression that inspires and connects. In fact, you don't need to be concerned about why or for whom or how you are doing this by authentically and with integrity connecting with this source of life-giving energy, you create not just inspiration, but true connections to other beings, other people. You may not know how or even when this connection uplifts and inspires and allows other people and beings to express themselves more vibrantly and more fully in greater connection with Source. But when you trust in this process and you live into this frequency, then you can be sure that it will connect someplace, sometime, with someone or something in a way that will continue to augment the beauty and connection of this universe. One of the areas that I'm most involved in now in my research and my work is what I call how to human well. Thinking of that as a verb. How can we learn how to human with greater love, with greater grace, with greater strength and greater power? But it's that strength that derives from love. It's not the power over, it's the power to dream, the power to empower. This is what comes from that source of love. And when we do that, then we human well. Then we truly are in our authenticity. And there's nothing but beauty that emerges from this engagement with the universe, with Source. So in my explorations of what it means to human well, I have worked with this notion of syntony. Syntony is a word that I first came across in the writings of Barbara Marx Hubbard. When I looked further into it, I found that Teilhard de Chardin had used this concept earlier on as a way of expressing the potential for human consciousness, when it is connected well with Source, to bring forth that greater alignment, that greater coherence with this creative impulse that is the cosmos becoming. Teilhard de Chardin talked about how at some point in the future we would be able to connect with each other without words, because we would be so aligned, so in syntony, that we would be able to read each other's every emotion and intention in a way that allows us to connect. It doesn't mean taking away privacy. It just means truly empathizing in the deepest way that really embodies and allows us to enact that form of love. So when I look at this notion of syntony, and by the way, other authors have worked on this concept as well. Eric Jansch has written a couple of wonderful books on this, Design for Evolution and The Self-Evolving Universe, are beautiful books where he explores the notion of syntony in powerful, more systemic ways, more as a systems scientist. And so what I have done in my exploration, and this may also resonate with you, is to look at how can I bring this connective power, this syntony sense, to Source, to be the sorcerer of this frequency and vibration of love in the cosmos. How can I do that in all the things I do in the world? So for me, this means first thinking, how do I have this sense of connection, this archetypal expression of love in my own being? And that is an exploration and a questioning and a living with and an enlivening in my own being of how am I creating this creative alignment, this syntony with all things. And that's at the intrapersonal. That's in my own being. Emotionally, psychologically, physically even, how do I walk and dance with syntony? At the second level, it's the interpersonal level, and that's where the syntony exploration becomes one of how do I create these harmonic flows in my interactions. It's like a creative dance with other people, so that we don't step on each other's toes, so that we are listening empathetically and with compassion. So this is another aspect of the second level of syntony. Intrapersonal first level, interpersonal second level. At the third level, we take it beyond the human sphere. And how do I interact with a more than human world? That becomes the trans-species level of syntony. How do I learn and listen and be with things that are living in my world around me in ways that we co-emerge each other, so that we create invitational narratives to dance together with the trees and the birds, even with the clouds and the rain. How do I flow? At the fourth level, we bring in our ancestors and future generations. Say, so am I in syntony with my ancestors? Is there a loving, resonant connection that connects through my heart to the hearts of all my ancestors in a long lineage behind me? And am I being a good future ancestor to those who are not yet born right now? Because one day I will be their ancestor. So how am I now already being a good ancestor for them? And at the fifth level of syntony is the pan-cosmic. And this connects me to this larger creative narrative. It connects me in a way that invites an unconditional love and trust in the bigger narrative of being and becoming that is the universe, that is the universe story. And when I realize that I'm part of such a magnificent story, it helps me in all the other 5 levels. Indeed, the ways to get to the pan-cosmic sense of syntony often are through meditation and through mindfulness and through presencing. And those are practices at the first level. So you see, this is all really a circle or a sphere of spheres. The intrapersonal, interpersonal, trans-species, transgenerational, and pan-cosmic sense of syntony. And again, syntony, this creative aligning and tuning with the flows of being and becoming all around us, that is sourced in love. This, I think, is for me a beautiful practice in waking meditation and also in quiet or sitting and still meditation. In other words, it's a way of dancing through life. It's a way of playing the flute. But you know, more than dancing and more than playing the flute, it's about being danced. Because when you dance, you're trying, you're efforting. And truly, when you are sourcing love, there is no need to try. You are in flow and you are being flowed. For me, this is the highest art of humaning. The great Persian poet of the 14th century, Hafiz of Shiraz, said, and I love this quote, he said, "I am the hole on the flute through which God's breath blows. I am the hole on the flute through which the universe expresses." Imagine, he didn't say, "I am the flute, I am this instrument." Many people say they are the instrument, but that gives you such agency and such a sense of importance. Being the whole, you are that living potential, that space of possibility, that allowance for being danced, for being played. if you block the hole with your intention, with trying, then ego gets in the way. Then you think you know what you should be saying or doing. But when you allow yourself to be flowed, when you're connected through love, then nothing can go wrong. Because eventually it will connect. Because this is the language of the universe. So here, I leave you with these thoughts, and I hope that they serve you as they continue to enliven me and to connect me with all things that emerge and that create thriving, vibrant, possible futures. Together, I hope we can do this. Indeed, I know we can. Thank you.
I'm Neil Donald Walsh, and as some of you may know, I wrote a series of books called Conversations with God, in which I shared with readers an experience that I had now almost 25 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, more than 25 years ago, at a time when I was deeply frustrated with my life, and actually, to be honest, very angry about my life. And I was angry with God. I believed that there was an essence called God, but I was very angry with God because nothing in my life was working. I couldn't make my relationships work. I couldn't make my livelihood, my career work. I couldn't even make my health work. I was in an automobile accident in which I actually broke my neck. And so it was just a time in my life when nothing was working, very much the way it is these days around the world with all that's happening now with our economic challenges, with the health challenges that many, many people in the world are facing, and with the racial injustice situation that we are seeing arising all over the world. So I was in very much the same situation individually that people collectively are experiencing now on the planet. And I had no one to turn to. So I was by myself, living alone. I did not have a life partner. So I had no one to turn to. And I wrote an angry letter to God, actually. If you can believe it, I actually sat down and I wrote an angry letter to God. Dear God, what does it take to make life work? And I remember writing, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? There's obviously something I don't understand, the understanding of which would change everything. What is it that you want from me? And believe it or not, I actually heard a voice over my right shoulder, and it was a very gentle, sweet voice that said, Neil, do you really want answers to all of these questions, or are you just venting, just getting it off your chest? I said, well, I am venting, but if you have answers, I'd like to know what they are. Of course, I looked around, there was no one there, and I thought, great, not only am I angry, and now I'm going insane because there's nobody in the room. But I let myself just have that feeling because it felt like that there was somebody else in the room. I just couldn't see anybody and I didn't know what that was about. But I allowed myself to fall into the experience. And that's, when people ask me for advice on how they can connect with the source of all of life that I call in my language God, I tell them to do the same thing that I did. Just surrender to however that shows up. Maybe it may be a voice, somebody you don't see. Maybe it may be a feeling that you're feeling inside of yourself that you've never quite felt before. Maybe it might be a signal that you get from the outside world. like the poster that you might see on the street, or a billboard on the highway, or the chance utterance, a chance remark that a friend makes that you just happen to run into on the street somewhere. So you see, these messages come to us from that divine source in 1,000 different ways across 1,000,000 moments in our life. And there's no one way that it happens. So you have to keep yourself open, keep yourself available. And when you receive that message, whatever it might be, allow yourself to fully embrace it, to step into it, to not ignore it, to respond in a positive way to what it is inviting you to notice and to know, to understand and to experience. And that's the hardest part of it, because of course nobody wants to believe that we are receiving information directly from the source. So it's very difficult for us to believe that. But I want to share with you a thought about that. The reason that it's hard for us to imagine that we're receiving a message directly from the source is that we think that the source is separate from us. It's up there and we're down here, and never the two will meet, except maybe on Judgment Day, when we're going to be told whether we're going to go there or going to go to there. In my case, there was no question. I'm going down there because I've not been a really good person in my life. But what I've come to understand is that there is no separation between the source and between us, that we are all made up of that essential energy, and that we respond to the impulse of life. The impulse of life is for us to join together with all the rest of life in every one of its forms. You know, have you ever had a chance to look at the night sky? In your life, have you ever, maybe lying on the grass or on the beach or even in your backyard somewhere, and you look at the night sky on a cloudless night, and you see all the stars, and you fall in love? You literally fall in love with the sky. I mean, in a sense, you have a feeling of great love for the sky, and you almost wish that you could connect and be part of that. That's a feeling that's very common. Almost everyone has had that feeling at least once in their life. That's an impulse. It's the divine impulse that resides within every aspect of life that pulls us together. It's an impulse that brings us into a sense of oneness with each other, and not just a sense of oneness with each other, but an experience of oneness with each other. And that means not only that we are one with everything else, not just the stars, not just the sky, but everything that we see in the universe and everything we see on this planet, that we are one with every other human being and with every other life form and with every other aspect of physical existence in the universe. We're one with all of it. But here's what's interesting. Not only are we one with all of that, we are one with the source, because the source of all of that is, in fact, that which it has made manifest. That is, there's only one thing, and all things are part of the one thing there is. And that's the message that I received when I experienced what I call my conversations with God. So, you know, I was so intrigued. I was so excited and so inspired by what I was experiencing that I wrote it all down. I actually wrote down what I was hearing in my mind's ear and inside of myself. I wrote down what I was feeling. And the interesting thing was that as I was writing down what I was feeling, more questions came to me, questions about what I was feeling. So I asked those questions, and I kept a record. I wrote down what the questions I was asking, and I got answers, and that brought up other questions, and I got answers. And before I knew it, I was involved in a dialogue, question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, that filled many, many, many pages, hundreds of pages of handwritten, a yellow tablet, a yellow legal pad, And before I knew it, I had this thick, many pages of questions and answers. And then I was told in that dialogue, you will make of this one day a book. And I thought, no, nobody's going to, even if I did, nobody's going to publish it. Nobody's going to put the book out. This guy is talking to God. Stop the presses. We got to get this book out real fast. This guy's talking to God. Nobody's going to believe that for a minute. But you know what? I sent it to a publisher on a dare. I wanted to see if there was anything to what I was experiencing. So I dared myself. I just sent it to a publisher. And they actually published my handwritten notes. And it became a book, which I called Conversations with God. And I didn't think anyone would ever publish it, nor did I think anyone would ever buy it or purchase it or obtain it or read it. Well, I was wrong, because it wound up being read by 15 million people in 37 languages, in all of the major languages and several of the minor languages on Earth. And suddenly I realized that the messages were never intended just for me, but they were intended for humanity at large. And the biggest message, and this is what I'm glad I have a chance to share with you during this extraordinarily challenging time in our life, the biggest message was, God is talking to all of us, not just to Neil, but to all of us all the time in 1,000 different ways, as I said a minute ago, in 1,000 different ways across 1 million moments in our life. So that, and it's not just that God is talking to us, God is actually in us. That is, we are made up of the source energy that I call God. You can call it anything you want. You can call it the divine source. You can call it energy. You can call it the originating vibration of the universe. Doesn't matter what you call it, but that is what we are. I like to call it love, actually, just pure love. So what if we were made up of just pure love? And that would be the question that we could ask ourselves today. Is there a way that we can deal with, that we can interact with all that is going on in life today around the world from a place of pure love? Can we love each other? Can we actually love the events? Not that we welcome the events, but we love the fact that they're happening because they give us a chance to evolve as a human species and to move to the next level in our experience of who we are. So we use all of life, the events that are welcome and the events that are not so welcome. And we use all of life to demonstrate as an opportunity for us to know who we really are and to place that into the experience of life itself. Now, when we do that as a global population, when we do that as a civilization, as a species, when all of us do that, of course, we create an enormous energetic field that can actually change the exterior environment and the exterior events with which we find ourselves involved. And that's how masters have created miracles. And we can do that as well, especially if we work together toward that goal and to produce that outcome. So if someone were to ask me, what would be my message for the whole world at this extraordinary time, I would say, see yourself as who you really are. Understand the wonder of it all, because you are full of wonder. In English, we say you are wonderful, wonderful. That is, you are full of wonder. the wonder of the universe itself, the wonder of that essential energetic signature, the wonder of that impulse that draws us all together, or if I could put it in my language, the wonder of love. If we could surrender to that idea, and if all of us could surrender to that idea, the world would change overnight. And that's the hope that we have for tomorrow as we are confronted with the challenges of today. So allow yourself to be that particular demonstration, to demonstrate your highest thought about who you are, about what life is, and about why things are occurring the way they're occurring, and watch your life change. No matter what bad things are happening in the world, we would overcome them. Let me conclude my remarks by saying a huge thank you and sending all of my love to my colleague and wonderful, wonderful friend, Ervin Laszlo, a man of enormous wisdom, a man of deep clarity, a man of unending love, and a man whose example we could all follow if we want to become the first domino. If ever there was a first domino, it's Ervin Laszlo. Ervin, I love you to pieces. You have shown me so much about what it means to be truly a wonderful human being. Thank you for the opportunity to spend this time in this event that you have helped to create.
Hi everyone, my name's Kenji Williams. I'm the director, producer, founder of Bella Gaia. I'm so happy to share a 10-minute version with Kristen Hoffman singing, a 10-minute version of Bella Gaia with the beautiful data visualizations and orbiting images of Earth from space. It's an honor to be part of this Source of Wonder event. My deep gratitude to May Peace Prevail on Earth and the Sayonji family, and I have such great memories from the Fuji Declaration a few years ago. Let this video be a spark of the divine truth, and hopefully be an inspiration to get those creative juices flowing and to create in this time of crisis. I want to mention also some thoughts about this pandemic, in that one bright spot is I guess seeing what we are able to do as humans when something affects us personally, in this case a virus. And we have been able to reduce carbon by 17% overnight by changing our behavior. Why? Because a virus affects us personally. And so it's this personal relationship with abstract things that Bella Gaia enhances. Bella Gaia makes abstract things like climate change and interconnected systems of the earth tangible and human and personal, so that we can better relate to the planet and our actions on the earth, to inspire us to change our behavior for the planet, for climate change and biodiversity, which poses a far, far greater threat than COVID. So let's get things in perspective and use everything in a positive light to enlighten the spark in everybody. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye.
The first day or so, we all pointed to our countries. The third or fourth day, we were pointing to our continents. By the fifth day, we were aware of only one Earth.
We are winding down now and hopefully loosening up after another wonderful day 2 of getting resourced and divinely sparked. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you missed today's program, don't worry, you can watch it anytime, today or thereafter, because it's gonna be uploaded to the website and to our YouTube channel. Please check out thesourceofwonder.com and sign up for our newsletter. Here on YouTube, please don't forget to comment, share, and like our video. And by all means, remember to connect to your precious self.